Oedipus Rosso and oh no, I did it in the wrong order. Oedipus Pussymoo and Rosso, guys. How y'all doing, guys? We're back to the book club. I'm Veggie Gamer, if you didn't know. And this is where we reviewed the Harry Potter books, guys. I don't know if you worked that out yet, but that's kind of the sort of thing that we're going for here. Great chapter today, guys. Definitely feels like a transitionary chapter, if you kind of know what I mean. There's lots of really good stuff in it. But no big progressions, which means we get a lot of character moments, which generally is what I particularly like anyway. And so we'll be getting into our notes, guys. Not much housekeeping to do at the moment, guys, apart from to say that I've tried out Streamable for the first time on a Patreon, guys, with the Hunger Games, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes reaction, and that worked pretty perfectly. And so I will be doing other reactions uploaded to Streamable, and the two which I want to get out probably next are the Harry Potter, Philosopher's Stone, and Chamber of Secrets, guys. Because way back when you guys first heard about me, with the Harry Potter movie reactions and everything, that's a good thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I decided to check out Harry Potter, the Harry Potter series, and I asked about, and I was able to borrow the special edition extended, because I thought that checking out extended editions generally is the best idea. We did it with Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit and so on. Thoroughly enjoyed those. And unfortunately, those versions that I used were incredibly rare, and so many of you have never been able to actually watch my first movie reactions, guys. I apologise about that. And so I will endeavour when I can. It takes a lot of processing time. It really does. My computer hates me when I do it. But I will be trying to get you them relatively soon, guys. And so if you want to finally check out my first two Harry Potter movie reactions you haven't been able to up till now, you should be able to soon, guys. Other than that, not really any other housekeeping that I can think of. Guys, if you want to check out not a full-length version, you see I'm getting confused now. If you get to the end of the book reviews that are available currently on YouTube, you can back the Patreon for as little as $1 and get access to everything on there, including 2 more episodes that will already be on the Patreon, guys. So there's a delay on them, you know. Those reviews tend to be over 5 hours long, and so if you want 10 hours more for $1, then you can check that out. You also get access to all the movie reactions on there, which, like I say, we're going to be starting to use Streamable now, so it should be it's going to be much easier for you guys. The TV reactions, obviously Avatar and Buffy, are the ones that we're currently running, which I'm thoroughly enjoying both of those shows. And you also get access to the book club, guys. Now, this is what we do in the second half of these videos, where I go through your thoughts and opinions and give you my thoughts and opinions on your thoughts and opinions, if that makes any sense. It's the best part of doing these these videos. I love it. I love hearing what your thoughts are. I am fascinated to see what your thoughts are on this chapter, guys. And you know what? I think I'm going to get some shtick. I think I'm gonna get some stick this time, guys. Stick, I should say, for what my opinions are, because I will be giving my opinions very politically, which is kind of apt for who we're going to be talking about in these chapters. But yes, we will get to that in the second half. But first, we need to go over my notes and so on. And so yeah, guys, if you want to be a part of the book club, you can back the Patreon for as little as $1, get 2 more episodes, all full movie reactions, all TV show reactions, and you'll be greatly supporting the channel, guys, and me and Woos, who's my doggy if you're new here. But again, why would you start with this video? Actually, I am thinking of doing an interesting thumbnail for it, so you might actually. So if you are, hello, I'm Veggie. Welcome aboard. Obviously, you don't have to book back the Patreon, guys. You can just wait for these episodes to come out as they naturally do on YouTube. Without further ado, guys, let's go over to the best titled chapter in Harry Potter history. Chapter 14. I haven't even said what book we're covering. Order of Phoenix. Percy and Padfoot. I should also say, actually, regarding the Patreon, because we are now using Streamable, that is not the cheapest thing in the world, and so any support on that is also greatly appreciated, guys, because obviously it's a subscription thing. Well, I had something else to bring up then as well. Oh, yes, we're only doing one chapter today, guys, and so I think I did say in the last video that we would be covering 2, but if you look at the times of the lengths of the chapters in the audiobook, which is how I do it, this is a plus 50 chapter, and then the next 6 are under 50, and so it just makes sense to do this one separately and then those doubled up, and so we will be doubling up the next 3 book reviews, and so I apologize if you're I think everyone's okay-ish with it, so but I do apologize if you're disappointed by this decision, especially as I say, it does feel like a little bit of a transition chapter, but there's lots of great stuff in it, guys, so we're going to be going through it. Some stuff that absolutely never would have been in the movie. But let's not criticize the movie already. I love the movies, guys. We all love the movies, right? I think we all do. I know some people find was it? Oh, it's Goblet of Fire particularly egregious, don't they? Anyway, let's get into it, guys. And so thank you all so much for your support. Jonas, thank you so much for the wonderful side panels. Max, thank you so much for the summary, which reads: when Harry wakes up, he starts writing a letter to Sirius about Umbridge. He gets to the Owlery to send off it off. He runs into Cho Chan and they have a small conversation that is again about Umbridge until they are interrupted by Filch. He accuses Harry of ordering dung bombs, but Cho lies for Harry. However, Harry, is confused about the accusation since he was not ordering any. That's a good point. Cho did lie. I didn't even think about that. The owl had actually gone, hadn't it? Hedwig, sorry, the owl. Who's she? The cat's mother? Never understood that term. Great point. The Daily Prophet has an article about a sighting of Sirius, and another about Sturgis Podmore, a wizard that was supposed to be a guard at King's Cross, but never showed, escorting the kids to school. Pardon me. Was charged with trespassing and attempted robbery at the ministry, and was sentenced to 6 months in Azkaban. In Azkaban! Imagine him coming out saying, 6 months of it! In Azkaban! Ignore me. 6 months. It's bad, though! We'll get into it. It's the fact that there can be a 6 month sentence at Azkaban makes no sense, because that person's going to be broken forever afterwards, right? Well, then Hagrid was there for a bit, wasn't he? Anyway, Harry and Ron attend a Quidditch practice that goes as well as a potions class for Neville. That's great. Whilst finishing homework on a Sunday, they receive a letter from Percy, the main protagonist. I made that bit up. But it is not received very well. He tells Ron he is proud that he is a prefect, but warns him about Harry, Dumbledore, and that he cannot speak to his parents while mixed up with a dangerous crowd. Ron tears the letter apart in anger. Sometime later, the face of Sirius appears. They talk about Harry's scar, horrible things about Umbridge, along with a Fudge, and that Hagrid should have been back by now. We end with Sirius asking to meet up with Harry at Hogsmeade. When Harry declines, I like the fact that Harry and Hermione decline, but Ron doesn't. Anyway, we'll get to that. Sirius cuts pretty deep about how the risk would have been made. The risk would have made it fun for James. Yeah, that line was fascinating, and we'll get into it, guys. But Black is such a fascinating adult character. He really is, because he sounds like a child. But then again, he's been in Azkaban for a long time, hasn't he? Thank you so much for the summary, Max, and thank you so much for the wonderful side panel, Jonas. So Harry awakes. He's very, very glad it's a Saturday. The week has dragged on because it's been such a bad week. It's definitely been the worst opening week at Hogwarts. In fact, Harry actually remarked upon that last time, I think. But he thinks about how it's dragged along like a week-long session of history of magic lessons, which is amazing. The common room is still getting perfectly cleaned, as well as the hats and slash socks, which Hermione has started to make. Harry goes down into the common room to he chooses his favourite chair, which is nice to hear about, and tries to work out what and how to write to Sirius about what how he'll be able to word it and everything without it being intercepted badly. He's worried about letter thieves. He has titled it Snuffles, which we'll get into in a second. Dear Snuffles, tell... Oh, that's right, yeah. I got completely confused by my notes, guys. So I'm trying to use my own version of shorthand here. And so the next sentence says, Dear Snuffles, in speech marks, tells about you almost as nice as your mum. Want to know what that actually means? I'll tell you. Dear Snuffles, / he tells Sirius about Umbridge, not you, Umbridge. Almost being almost as nice as his mum, which is a great line. He says that he's missing his biggest friend. Doesn't actually specify who, but we know it's Percy, obviously. He does sign it Harry, which I feel like I think that everyone else, it's fine to have them sign off, but the fact that Harry's signing off, I feel like is a bad idea, because, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, I can't remember. I cannot remember at what point Wormtail escapes. And is cognizant. I think he's cognizant the entire time, isn't he? But I'm talking about the end of Prison of Azkaban. What I'm basically getting at is, does Wormtail know that Sirius is on good terms with Harry? Because if so, calling him Mr. Snuffles is a bad idea, and signing it Harry is a bad idea. It's also very likely why Lucius could potentially know that Sirius was at the train station. We actually don't know if that is the case or not, but we talk about that later on in this chapter. But yeah, Wormtail's knowledge, because I'm trying to think of other people who definitely knew that Sirius Black was an Animagi, which I know I'm always saying wrong. I know Wormtail isn't exactly the sharpest. Well, he's not the least sharpest either. He's an Animagi for one thing. But his knowledge of Black and everything, and the dog and everything, is really important here. And so I do feel like calling him Mr. Snuffles, which is what you'd call a dog, right? That's what it's getting at, right? It'd be a more appropriate name for a pig. Imagine that, guys, being an Animagi and because you don't choose your thing, do you? It's the most appropriate one to you, I believe. Imagine it being a pig. You're not even able to look up. I got snotted on once by a pig at Ironbridge. Is that actually the least interesting thing I've ever said in these videos, guys? I know we were talking about dreams last time, but I feel like that might actually be the least interesting thing. They had very nice sausage rolls. But definitely not vegan. That was long before I was vegan. That's when I was a child. Yeah, anyway. Anyway. Moving on. So yeah, Mr. Snuffles. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Wormtail knows that Black is allied with Harry, which is key information, guys. Key information for Voldemort, if anything. So yeah, anyways. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting all over the place here. So, right. Nick warns that Peeves is planning a prank of pushing a bust onto, dropping a bust on someone, which would probably kill them. Which would probably kill them. But then again, we got other pranksters almost killing people later on in these chapters. I noticed that Max didn't mention Fred and George in the summary this time, did he? Hey, because Max is a big Fred and George fan. But my goodness. If ever a sign that Hermione is right about Fred and George, it's what they do in this frickin' chapter, guys. And don't do as well. We'll get into it, guys, but have we ever had Fred and George say anything to Draco and gang? Like, ever? I don't think we have. I mean, they countered the air of slithering thing by making out that Harry's like, you know, a big deal for it and everything. But yeah, anyway, we'll get into that. I'm not here to criticise Fred and George, guys, but my goodness, they mess up in this chapter. It sounds horrific, but we'll get to it. And so Harry goes another way. Mrs. Norris arrives, which is the first time in a while. And Harry says to her, "I'm not doing anything wrong," because he gets the big feeling that she's spying on him. Which, you know, I've seen the movie, guys. It's very possible that Mrs. Norris actually is spying on him. It feels like a long time since we've had Mrs. Norris in there. It's nice to see her back. Harry tells Hedwig who to take the letter to. So he actually says, okay, so it's titled Snuffles, but Mr. Snuffles, but actually take it to Sirius Black, which is interesting. Because that isn't how I thought it worked. I thought you always had to write the name. Obviously not, because Mr. Snuffles and everything. She blinks once, which Harry takes as her understanding, which I presume she... Well, no, she definitely does, doesn't she? Although the blinking might be in Harry's head. We get the view of the hut from the owlery again, which is something which we actually checked out on Hogwarts Legacy, which is very nice, guys. The fact you can actually check out Hagrid's hut from the owlery in it. Which, if they actually made sure was the case, is absolutely brilliant. I absolutely love that. He sees a Fristral quickly like pop up and pop down from the Dark Forest, guys. He describes it as being grotesque, and it's so interesting that the Fristrals... That's interesting. Book accurate Fristrals. Is there actually like some art of it? Book accurate Fristrals. No. Oh, it's because I spelled it wrong. No, Oh, it's an E. Okay. No, they all look like the ones from the movie, guys. But it really describes them as being grotesque, and I don't think they are. I think they're freaking gorgeous, in fact. But anyway. But yeah, it's so interesting that Harry has this... I mean, I guess it could be because he's scared of them. So maybe... Well, he's not scared of them, but he doesn't know what's going on with them. And so maybe when he understands what they are, then he won't see them as being as grotesque, you know? But the way he goes on about them here, it sounds like they should be in Slytherin. I went there, guys. I went there. I got down here that he could ask Plank about them potentially, but obviously he doesn't want her to think that he's mad, and also he doesn't want her to get it right. He wouldn't want to learn off Plank what the official are. I'd love that if that was a line in the book. It's still time, but it's such a great line if Harry says if they are real, I could ask the careful magical creatures, but I don't want to give Plank the satisfaction. That'd be amazing. Yeah. So Cho arrives in the owlery, which happened last book, right? I mean, in the movie, it was definitely in the owlery. I'm pretty certain it was in the owlery in the book as well. I'm not sure. No, I think it was. It definitely was in the movie, though. That they bump into each other in the owlery. It's Mum's birthday. There's an awkward silence. Harry, he can't stop thinking about the officials, but also he's obviously very, very nervous around Cho as well. Harry says, nice day, when he finally works out something to say and is instantly embarrassed about it. I've got to say here, guys, maybe it's because I have social anxiety and everything. I really hate the fact that that is seen as being a embarrassing thing. And, you know, I've spoken with people in the past and they're like saying, oh, talking about the weather and everything. Well, yes, God. I don't get it. I don't get why it's an embarrassing thing. Very possibly it's the fact that someone doesn't know what to say, and so they're just trying to bridge to something that they do not know what to say. Which I happily, someone a little while ago pointed out the fact that I always say that Buffy episodes are great. The first thing I say is great episode. That isn't my actual complete review of it. It's because I'm processing my brain to say the next... It's processing my thoughts to come up with the next sentence, you know? And so that's what I see talking about the weather as. I don't think it's a bad thing to talk about the weather. And it's frustrating as someone who very often doesn't know how to talk with people, Cho or not, you know, just to strangers in general, that this very easy... what do you call it? I can't think what it's called, but a layup. A very easy layup of a conversation should be seen as being embarrassing. It's so annoying to me, you know? And so when Harry said nice day and everything and is instantly embarrassed, I thought, oh, come on, Harry, jeez. But, you know, it's Harry. When Cho is around, or even when she's not around, but when he's thinking about Cho, he's always hypersensitive of everything that he is doing. Doesn't sound weird. Yeah, and so I guess that's what's going on. Cho asks Harry about their new keeper, and Harry says, "Yeah, it's my friend Ron. Do you know him?" Which is interesting that he would say, "Do you know him?" Because we know that they've been in the same spaces as each other. But that doesn't necessarily mean that she knows him per se. And she replies, "The tornado hater," which is a great callback. Which I still give Ron a pass of. It does feel like the sort of thing that people just say with sports, even with strangers, you know. But yeah, but also Cho has every right to be annoyed at him as well. Harry mentions he had detention, so he couldn't go to the tryouts to see Ron perform. And without actually saying Umbridge detention or anything, Cho instantly says that Umbridge woman is foul. Now, obviously, it is big news around the school, but it's very interesting that she does bridge the Umbridge, ironically, herself. And so, yeah, she's heard the rumours and believes Harry. She says the truth about how he died. And so it's so cool that she is completely trusting in him. Because there's no real reason for her to trust in him, particularly. No, there really isn't, guys. No, what happened with Cedric and everything? I don't think we've ever heard anyone accuse Harry of killing Cedric, have we? I don't think so. But either way, that was very interesting that she's completely on board, and we're hearing more and more people are, guys, which is actually great. Because it feels like in these books, particularly in Chamber, where it's like everyone is against him apart from Ron and Hermione, who are, you know, his loyal friends. These aren't loyal friends, guys. These are just people that believe him. Now, sure, what's his name? The Hufflepuff last time. It's not Bertie, is it? Oh, I can't remember. But the Hufflepuff last time basically said, I am doing this out of loyalty, which is cool, guys. I respect his honesty. But there are people who just straight up believe Harry. And it's not because of them having a particular close connection or anything. So, which is nice, guys, because when it's everyone against Harry apart from Ron and Hermione, it feels a little bit Route One. Whereas this feels a lot more realistic, where there are people who aren't just completely swallowing what the prophet is saying. It's not Bernard. It's not Brent. It's something like that. Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finchley was the guy who I couldn't remember last time. There we go, Ernie. I love Hannah. I don't think it is meant to be Hannah because you know, Hannah seems to be a very, very different character, but I love when you type in Hannah Abba, her picture's her like with the old stinky Potter badge. Who's Zacharias Smith? And then Fedora's at Hufflepuff. I think I knew that. Anyway. I've been rewatching. Well, I haven't been rewatching. I've been watching Popcorn in Bed's Game of Thrones reactions, which I haven't watched the latest one yet. I've gone into it before, guys. Game of Thrones was good. Was fantastic until it became awful, and I tend to think it became awful before most other people did. Obviously, this isn't on the channel. I watched it before I started doing reactions, but yes, the actor who plays Tonks, I know her primarily from Game of Thrones. It's a wildling woman. Good character, though. Good character. Truth says how brave Harry was for doing what he's doing and speaking the truth and everything. And Harry suddenly feels like he could start floating because he's so happy. It's a lovely line. Joe thought he had been really brave. He actually thinks that to himself. Harry considers Harry then considers accidentally showing her his wound, like saying, "Oh, let me help you with that," and then like showing his hand like that, which is that's such a real. I'm not even sure if it's a teenager thing, but it's such a. It's tantamount manipulation, but I kind of love it though, guys. It's so realistic, it's so human. There we go. That's probably the better way of putting it. But just like accidentally, I guess on the first Transformer movie where someone says, "Oh, it's over there," to try and show their bicep and everything. I think that's the Transformer movie. I haven't really seen the first one of that. I wasn't impressed. I didn't like the way the robots looked, and also during the action scenes, you couldn't see what the heck was going on. Popular movies though. John Cena's in them as well, apparently. Thank goodness he's gone back to babyface. Jeez. He was not a good heel, guys. And I do blame him. I don't just blame The Rock. I certainly don't just blame The Rock, although he was a big part of it as well. Or the writing. I feel like John Cena was rubbish as being a heel. It was not good. His matches were so boring. As a heel. And yet the match which he had against Cody a little while ago, I feel like it's the best Cena match I've ever seen. Granted, I haven't seen many, because his era was when I was not watching wrestling. I'm trying to breathe a lot more, guys. I've been trying to slow down my breathing, because you remember last time where I was saying that my brain just feels like it's desperate for oxygen. I feel like in general I don't breathe very often. And it's very. Am I really going to? Yeah, we'll keep this briefly. But a while ago, actually, it is quite a while ago now. I think about it. I was actually learning to ride horses. Astro was the horse which I'd usually ride. Absolutely gorgeous horse. Unfortunately, he died a few years ago. When I got that email, I was gutted, seriously. And that was long after I'd stopped learning to ride horses. It was the sort of place where they really focus on the rider, not the horse. And so anywhere can say, okay, sit on a horse and ride it, and if it acts up, pull the reins or something, all that sort of stuff, But this really was about making sure that the rider is suiting the horse, and so really, really focusing on form and everything to make sure that you are as light as possible for the horse to take you and everything. And the most surreal things in the world, I think I must have talked about this before, guys, but it genuinely felt like you had the force at some point, where I just rode along, I feel like it was my first lesson, in fact, and the trainer said, okay, now just imagine the horse turning left now, and I did, and it happened, and so it's unless Astro was like a remote control horse, maybe, and it was all a con, but it was amazing how you use your brain to direct horses when it's done like this, guys. Obviously, lots of other places wouldn't be like this, so it was like a very horse-friendly place to learn. It's where I first saw it's not where I first saw a sighthound, but they had a sighthound there which was so gorgeous, and since seeing that sighthound I wanted one, and now I got the woozle. Why am I telling you this? Why am I telling you this? Oh yeah, that's right. And it was noted quite far into my training that I was not breathing properly at all. And the trainer said that a lot of particularly male students breathe extremely shallowly. And it's very often because of past trauma and everything. I would probably put it down to my father had passed away a few years before. I didn't say that, but she said that. And so I think I do breathe extremely shallowly naturally, which is not great. And so I'm really trying to improve on that. I've been doing a lot of walking. Me and Woozle have been walking. We've nearly walked, it's afternoon walks specifically, so I don't count the morning walks. But in afternoon walks specifically, we've done 100 miles this month. That's really helped health-wise and everything. But yeah, I really need to improve my breathing. So last time when I was saying about how I need to breathe more and everything, I think it is because I just do naturally, just don't breathe properly, you know. And I think a lot of people, I think that affects a lot of people, you know. And if you're not breathing properly, guys, you're not sleeping properly, you know, your brain isn't functioning properly and everything. And so I am really actively trying to focus on breathing deeply and slowly, and slowing down. It slows down your heart rate as well, of course. Either way, back to the book review. That's our first tangent, guys. So yeah, Harry considers accidentally showing his burn, which is amazing. His wound, I should say. Filch arrives out of nowhere, like Randy Orton. It's clear that he'd been running, and so it does seem like Mrs. Norris had reported back that Harry or a Gryffindor student, or at least a student, was heading to the Owlery, and accuses Harry of making an order of dung balls, which is, well, guys, I've absolutely no idea what that could be regarding. I do have down here that Order of Dung Balls could have been the name of this book, but my mind goes to potentially Fred and George, maybe, thinks that he might be in with that, or maybe it could be that Filch is actually lying and actually wants to see what it is that he is sending. Because maybe he's under the thumb of Umbridge now, you know. I don't know if that's really the appropriate term, but, you know, maybe he is now working for Umbridge, and that's what is going on here. So I presume that's going to happen. That being said, he's already said more in this book than he does in the movie, because he didn't say anything in the movie. He's a silent antagonist. Anyway, I'll say it again just in case it wasn't clear. I think the name of this book should have been Harry Potter and the Order of Dumbledore. Right. He tells Harry to hand over whatever he's sending, which again, you know, so the Dumbledore things could have actually been a lie, but luckily it's already been sent. I think it's already been sent. I think Hedwig's already gone. Maybe I'm wrong here, guys, but I feel like he is. So that really does feel like that is probably Umbridge's. And of course, I shouldn't know this, but you know, there are some things which I am going to know about the movie, about the books, guys. Cho instantly defends Harry, which I didn't pick up on as being a lie, but Max said it was, and you know what? I think he's actually right there, which is actually awesome of her. She says that she saw him send her off. Filch backs down upon this, and says if I get so much as a whiff of a dung ball, then he's going to be blaming Harry. Again, I do feel like it may have something to do with Fred and George, but then again, why? And also, dung balls are ready-made products. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's going anywhere, guys, but very interesting. I think it must be a lie from Filch. He had managed to... Oh yes, so after the conversation, he thinks himself that he managed an entire conversation with Cho without embarrassing himself once. Just the most autistic thing in the world, guys. Social anxiety. I shouldn't say autistic specifically, but social anxiety is a huge aspect of my autism. And I've been getting better over the last couple of years at communicating with people and strangers and everything. It's always great when Woozle's there, because I have a list of things that I say about Woozle and everything, because usually people are interested in Woozle rather than me, obviously. And so I'm actually really good at that. But because I am forcing myself to go out and have these conversations more, it genuinely did feel like a epic victory when I'd get through a conversation and nothing went wrong. Now, equate that to something which would happen, say, 3 years ago. I remember once I was in a supermarket and someone said, "Excuse me, can you get one of those down from the shelf?" Because I'm quite tall, guys. I don't know if you can tell from my videos. I'm like 6 foot. I'm not huge. We're not talking bronze feet here. But you could get anything down from any shelf. You know the scene at the end? Oh yeah, this. This, you could get any of those balls out just by standing on his tiptoes. But yeah, someone asked me to get something down from a shelf, and I did it, and they said thank you very much. And I had to go to a corner of the shop and calm down because I felt so stupid about myself. But now I think about it, there was literally nothing went wrong in it, you know. And so, social anxiety. I remember I have an assessment somewhere of my autism. And when it comes to social interactions, my number is like 8 times higher than it should be, you know. And so it's a big thing for me, you know. Anyway, enough of the waffle. Harry remembers how sincerely sorry Cho looked when she turned her down for the dance. I would love, in fact, I'm going to get one of you to do it, but. Or maybe you know it off by heart. I'm sure a lot of you do know these books off by heart. But was that Harry's reaction at the time? Because Harry was so fascinating in those chapters, guys, where he was like constantly thinking about... he was thinking about Cedric more than he was Cho, let's face it. In the same way that he would always think about Draco, which we will get to later on in this chapter. Was Harry's reaction of being turned down by Cho, did he think at that point, oh, she looks genuinely sorry about it? Or did he think, oh, blummins? I don't know. I can't remember if that is... Because I wonder if this here, him thinking, oh, and she looks so sincerely sorry when she turned down, if that has now become apparent to him because he's just had a positive interaction with her. Or, at the time, he actually thought that maybe she was lying. I'm not sure. I don't know. Harry at that point was fascinating, and he still is fascinating. But yeah, I wonder if that's actually how he thought the situation was before. Let me know in the comments if you know. Eggs and bacon for breakfast. Another Harry breakfast note. I feel like we may have had eggs and bacon before. It feels a little bit Route 1, doesn't it? Gotta have some toast at that. I don't know, guys. Bacon for breakfast, anyway, is odd to me. I remember when I was still eating meat. In fact, this must have been just before I stopped eating meat. Yeah, this was really late on. I did have bacon and pancakes. That's the thing, isn't it? Yes, with like maple syrup and everything. Just to see what it was like, and it's not for me. It wasn't disgusting. It just didn't make any sense to me. It's the same as when someone didn't force feed me, but as soon as I said that I never had a peanut butter and jam sandwich, he literally went to the kitchen where we're working and made me one and brought it to me and watched me eat it. And again, it wasn't disgusting. I quite like jam. I'm not that much of a sweet guy, to be honest. Enter your jokes there. But yeah, I like the taste of jam, and I really appreciate the taste of peanut butter. I've just had some peanut butter, in fact. That's why I was a bit gassy at the start there. But yeah, it didn't make any sense. Again, it wasn't disgusting, but it's all like, well, I honestly just rather have a peanut butter sandwich. That was my main takeaway from it, you know. Unfortunately, I had to tell him. Green Bay Packers fan, he was. Probably still is, to be fair. Right. He was into his American stuff, if you couldn't tell. That's why he was desperate for me to have a jam and peanut butter sandwich. Or jelly. As I was going to say you scumbags would say. So, okay, despite the fact I didn't say it, although I have now said it, I take that back. I don't know why I thought that. Jeez. Oh my goodness, guys. And it was at the place where I learned about American football, guys, and so yeah, I now appreciate American football. The Rams are doing pretty good, 3-1 this year so far. Yeah, I'm happy enough with how we're doing. So I'm not deleting my notes. Bacon and eggs for breakfast. Yeah, if I was to have eggs for breakfast, it's gonna be eggs and toasted soldiers, which is bread. If you don't, I should really explain. It's toast, I should say. I brought it up before, I'm sure, but the Off Menu podcast is excellent, guys. I highly recommend it. It's really good, even when it's a celebrity guest that you don't know. It's still worth checking out. For some reason, and it's gonna sound really odd. Well, actually, I will explain it. For some reason, I always assumed that I wouldn't like Will Smith's wife. Not mother, sorry. I always assumed that I wouldn't like Will Smith's wife. Now, that is probably because I do feel like Will Smith is... How can I word this? How can I word this? I don't know. Okay, a lot of people say that Will Smith is a brilliant actor. Now, I do feel like there are levels when it comes to brilliant. And I do feel like some people put Will Smith on a pedestal higher than he actually should. Then again, I have not seen much serious stuff with him in. And so I can't really, I know there's one about him and his son or something, which is fictional son, I should say. Which is apparently brilliant, and apparently he's brilliant in it as well. But from what I've said, he has been a good actor. And sometimes I do feel like people put him a little bit higher on a pedestal and everything. Obviously, whatever happened at the Oscars, if it was staged or not, happened as well. His children seem a little bit... they don't lack confidence. Let's put it like that, I do feel like his children don't lack confidence, and maybe they should lack confidence a little bit, just to make them a little bit humble. I don't know. This is horrible. I'm having to go Will Smith's entire family. And so because of that, I always assumed that I would like his wife. But her episode's brilliant. Americans on it are actually generally really good on it. It's basically, they talk about their dream meal and what they'd have for starters. Would they have sparkling or still water? Will they have poppadoms or bread? Which is what one of the hosts screams at one of the guests. I highly recommend an episode with a comedian called Anthony Jeselnik, who I've never heard of before or since, but that episode is hilarious because he essentially bullies the two hosts. It's a really good episode. But yeah, if which obviously I wouldn't be on there because I'm not a celebrity, but if I was to ever be on there, I would choose for my starter eggs and toasted soldiers. Awesome stuff, guys. Boiled eggs, just on the lightly boiled to hard boiled side. So just in that middle section. Salt and pepper on the eggs. These are boiled eggs in the shell with the top taken off, I should say. Salt and pepper on the eggs, sorry, on the bread, not the eggs. I messed that up, didn't I? It's toast, white bread, not particularly thick, just like as it is, with vegan butter. I'll have on that, although the eggs aren't actually vegan, obviously. This is what I'm talking about. It's a dream meal, and so I'm trying to say it because I'm not actually having it. Sorry, guys, I got completely sidetracked by the eggs. But yes, that's what I would have for my starter. Because I miss eggs. I do, guys. Right now, nowadays, it's like one of the only things which I miss. I used to really crave chicken wings all the time. Not so much anymore. But then again, I feel like you can get pretty good vegan chicken nowadays. But eggs, it's just nothing, Although Just Egg has just come out in the UK, but only in Ocado, which I don't, not signed up to. Anyway. Sorry for the egg tangent, guys, but it mentioned eggs. It mentioned eggs. But yeah, I highly recommend checking out the Off Menu podcast. I think it's hilarious. And like I say, the episodes where they interview Americans do tend to be particularly good. And she's great. At one point, she says that she wants lemonade for her dream drink, like cloudy lemonade, American lemonade, which is obviously quite different from what we have over in the UK. And I can't remember her name, but Mrs. Smith basically. And I mean, like James like says, so if you're walking past a lemonade stand and they say, "Oh, Mrs. Smith, would you like this?" And she says, "Look, if anyone knows who the hell I am definitely gonna buy from them," which I thought was a hilarious answer. Yeah, she's great. I really like her. She's my favourite Smith family member. I don't know why. Why am I having to go Will Smith's family? God. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's move on before he punches me. Slaps? I don't know what happened, guys. It felt very staged to me, in my opinion. Hang on. I just want to make a note or something. There you go. Why am I having to go Will Smith's family? But the mother is awesome. I think her episode's great, as I remember. Come on, let's go back to the notes. Ron asks Harry to go practice early with him to get some early stuff in and everything, and Harry agrees. Hermione says that they shouldn't because they have homework to do, but she's then interrupted by the post arriving. Typically, it's the Daily Prophet. She says that there's some guff about the bass player in the Weird Sisters getting married. Love the use of the word. Pardon me. Love the use of the word guff, guys. That's brilliant. So just some guff about the Weird Sisters. Obviously, we had it at the school last year. Hermione is like taken aback by something and mentions Sirius, and Harry instantly like rips the paper, like tries to rip it from her, but like rips part of it off. To find out what it says, and it says that Ministry has got a tip off that Black is in London. Now, who that could be, I have no idea, but I think that they instantly think Lucius because of the station situation. But again, why would Lucius know that Sirius Black can turn into a dog unless it's because of Wormtail? That's my logical explanation for that. Was Lucius at the school at the same time as the Marauders? I have no reason to think that he was. Because the thing is, in my head canon, guys, they all went to the same school at the same time. You know, for the longest time, I thought that Arthur and Molly were the same age as James and Lily, which is obviously fundamentally not true. So Harry says that it could be Lucius, recognising Black at the station, maybe. I got down here, would Lucius know about the dog form? But again, that could be because of Wormtail, or maybe something else. I don't think it's come up elsewhere. Hermione says that Black will just have to leave. Oh, just have to not leave the house, which is what Dumbledore's been telling him anyway. She then reads about a trespass at the Ministry, Sturgis Podmore being charged with attempted robbery. Eric Munch is the one that caught him. I'm not sure if we heard about Eric Munch before. He's been given 6 months at Azkaban, which to me is insane, guys, because it's... To give someone 6 months sentence... Okay, let's word it like this. If we used to go to another wizarding prison, which we've established there are other wizarding prisons, right? I'm not sure if there are, actually. I'm not sure if there are, actually. I've always assumed that there is a less bad... Okay, so like, say, if like, a starving person stole a loaf of bread or something, they're going to be given a short sentence, obviously. But would they send them to Azkaban? So they get mentally destroyed? So yeah, it seems odd that they would have 6 month sentences at Azkaban. Yeah, I feel like I'm barking up the wrong tree, guys, but I always assume that there are less serious prisons. But Azkaban isn't just for the unforgivable curses, which I think in my head I also thought was the case as well. I get very confused in these, I really do. Harry remarks about how it's a draconian sentence. Well, the thing is that Harry is being disingenuous here, because he says, what, you get 6 months just for trying to get through a door. Which, you know, it's a very, you know, biased way of wording it, isn't it? Hermione does question, though, why he was snooping about at 1 a.m. in the morning. And Sturgis Pommel was the person who was meant to escort them to the train station. Ron suggests that it may have been a setup, and Hermione looks very impressed at him, which is a surprise there. I got down here, that's a first. It really is. I really like that. I really like that little moment. In fact, there's some lovely Ron and Hermione moments in these chapters, guys. There really, really are. Because the thing is that I've heard, I don't know if the author has said this. I think she may have done, actually, but I know that a lot of people said that Hermione should have chosen Harry. Well, for one, Harry isn't necessarily interested in Hermione. That's not in the debate at all. And at least in the book, I've never had any suggestion that Harry is interested in dating Hermione. At least up to where we are, not in the slightest. But I feel like the author and other people say that Hermione should have chosen Harry, as if it's completely out of Harry's choice as well. Because obviously she's not interested. He's interested in Jo currently. But yeah, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. And I remember I got a lot of appreciation for my reaction to Deathly Hallows Part 1. Yeah, it was Part 1. Where Hermione and Harry have a little dance. And I think I say something like that. That is really awesome, Harry, to like try and raise Hermione's spirits as a friend like that. And I think I got a lot of comments saying that that's really good, because apparently a lot of people see that as a romance suggestion. I never have, guys, but since starting the book reviews, I definitely don't see it, because I've criticised Harry a lot for the way that he treats Hermione, and we will get to more later on in this chapter. But you know what? She gets a thanks from Ron and Harry in this chapter. And so, yeah, I just don't see the whole Harry and Hermione connection, guys. I think it's ships are ships, you know? I know that Draco and Hermione are a big ship and everything. And obviously, that would never happen. That would obviously never happen. Well, no. I'm not, I don't... Getting angry about people shipping different characters, guys, is insane to me. But some people get very passionate about it. You know, big your ships up. Don't try and put other people's down, you know. But yeah, that's so often they're meant to be a bit of a stretch and everything. But for people to think that Hermione should have chosen Harry, what does that even mean? I know that during that rap battle between Katniss and Hermione, which was excellent, guys. We need to check out more of those, actually. That was really good. But Katniss and Hermione are like, I would almost say polar opposite characters, but it was still cool, though. Katniss is such a great character, guys. I can't wait to read the book to learn more about her, seriously. But even in that, they like said, "Oh, you chose the ginger one" or something. Which, you know, even actually, to be fair, that video is pretty old now. But can we get past that sort of thing, guys? I think we have. I think we largely have, actually. When I was a kid, it was much worse. And I don't know if there's any ginger people watching this who are roughly my age, guys. But when I was a kid, if you were a ginger kid at school, that was it. You'd just get constant abuse from people. I do feel like that is less the case now. I think it is. I mean, my mother, you know, and she was very clearly of Indian descent, guys. Even when she was at school, and obviously she didn't tell me that at the time because I wasn't born yet, but she said that when she was at school, she could not understand ginger people getting bullied because she thought that they were beautiful, and I feel like we have gotten past that now. But yeah, that little line in that Hermione and Katniss rap, which was universally brilliant. It was the only line where I thought, that's not needed. But then again, it was meant to be a takedown, wasn't it? Takedown, down. Sorry. K-pop Demon Hunters reference. Anyway, enough about that. Sorry about that. I do feel like we've made a turn when it comes to that particular bias. I don't even know why I'm going into this. But yeah, Hermione being impressed by Ron, which was actually a really nice little moment there. And so yeah, maybe Ron's going to turn out to be right. I feel like he probably is. I think he probably is out of the most likely thing, unless Sturgis was actually trying to get the thing which I think he might be trying to get, but we shall see in the book. So Ron and Hermione do just go off to practice, and Hermione warns them that they're going to fail all their owls because of it. I got down here, should Harry have mentioned the Thistles to Black? Because I don't see any reason why he wouldn't, per se. Unless he thinks that Black would think that he was insane, maybe that's it. But yeah, he could have asked something for that. Or maybe Harry thinks he actually is insane, which is obviously another possibility. So they train for a bit, they have lunch, and then they go back for the real training, which, you know, like Max says, does not go ideally. This scene would not be in the movie. Like, there's no way this scene would be in the movie, guys, and, you know, it'll become evident why very quickly. Fred says to Ron, if he's ready to show them all up, and calls him an ickle prefect and everything, which I think is a shame, guys, because at this point Ron really needs confidence. But then again, Ron knows that Fred is just winding him up and everything, so it's not that bad. Angelina says that there may be people watching, and I got down here, is it Draco? And it turns out, yes, it's the entire Slytherin team and a bunch of other Slytherins as well. Draco asks why anyone would put a flying charm on a mouldy broom, which is at what Ron is riding, which is a shame, guys, because obviously Ron is very proud of it. Ron's ears go red, as is his wont. I got down here, and this is what I was saying at the start. Fred and George just don't say anything here or do anything here, and I wonder, have they ever even spoken with Draco in these books? Because they're always about, aren't they? But unless Draco never approaches them when they're about, but they are here though, and you know they are all mocking their brother and everything. And to be fair, they ain't doing nothing about it, and so it's not a great look from Fred and George. But you know, we'll get into a worse look soon, so that will get dwarfed by that. Pansy mocks Angelina's hair. Ron drops the ball several times, Slytherin all laughing at him for doing so. I think like one Fred and George do say put it together on, or angry at Ron, but at the same time, you know, it's clear that Ron is stressed out because of what the Slytherins are saying, and I would have thought that Fred and George would have said something, but you know, they don't know, they don't defend him here. I do feel like I've been down on Fred and George for a while, guys, and I hope that this doesn't sound like a part of that. This is completely separate from everything else, especially what they do next, which we will get to. But completely separate from anything that I thought previously about Fred and George. I do feel like it is a shame that they never stand up for Ron when Ron is getting bullied, and quite frankly, Draco's mocking their family. About saying that the poor broom and everything. Presumably it's a lot cheaper than a Nimbus 2001 or whatever it is that he's riding. I do feel like it's a shame that Fred and George, because they could easily take down Draco, sorry, if they wanted to with their words. Anyway, moving on. Ron accidentally hits Kate in the face with a quaffle, causing a nosebleed from Kate. Fred and George, I can't remember one. Well, I think it is Fred. Flies over and gives Katie something for the nosebleed. So I presume it is the antidote for the nosebleed. What is the words? It's sweet. I'm not sure, but the gimmick. And here we go. Fred and George complain about Ron, and Harry is the one to defend him, saying that is just nerves. And so, yeah, it seems like Fred and George are even embarrassed about what the Slytherins are doing here. You know, that's what I get from it. Ron's messing up by leaving goals open. Angelina says to either stay in the centre hoop or to circle them, which is very interesting. I feel like that comes up in the movie, in fact. But yeah, I find that very, very interesting. That is what the keepers' tactics usually are. Kate's nosebleed is getting worse. I got down here. Fred and George wouldn't be tricking her, surely, at this point, and they're not. Thank goodness, because there was a point where I thought that maybe they were. Fred checks his pocket and says it was the wrong one, so they've actually given her a nosebleed, a blood blister pod. Is that what it's called? I'm not sure, but they give nosebleed nougat, isn't it? There we go. Slytherin start going, Gryffindor are losers. Which is amazing. And practice has to be called to a stop because Katie, I'm not sure if she's on the floor, but she's covered in blood and is chalky white. Because of what Fred and George have done to her, and Ron, to be fair as well. They're almost like half the Weasley children. And so yeah, she gets taken off to the hospital wing. I got down here, nice one, Fred and George. And blood blister pod is mentioned here, but I'm not exactly sure. I think that might have been what they gave to Kate. I could be wrong. That's the end of practice. There's no comeuppance for Slytherin, and this is what I was saying about, guys. Is there a scene in the movie where Draco ends up on top? Not like that. I'm not talking about the Hermione and Draco ship again. Sorry, guys. Is there a scene in the movies where it ends with Draco getting one over Harry, Ron, and Hermione? Oh, the snail scene. Oh God. Oh no, I forgot about that. Well, there you go. There is one then. So I take that back. But yeah, it's very unusual. Again, like I say, it wouldn't happen in the movies, but it did with the snails, didn't it? Where Draco essentially gets the last laugh in a scene. Now, I'm sure they will get their comeuppance eventually, but not in this scene, not at all. Hermione asks how practice won, and Ron says it's lousy. Hermione says that he just needs to practice more, and Ron snaps at her, saying, "Why do you think that it was me that was lousy about the practice?" Again, Hermione is a freaking saint, guys. How many times have I said that? But she knows why Ron is saying what he's saying. And so, she is so diplomatic whilst taking this abuse from Ron. Or this rage, I should say, not abuse. I've got down here, it's brilliant how Ron and Harry have a go at Hermione for stuff which is completely not her fault. Like, completely not her fault. And the fact that, I think it's brilliant. One, it's realistic when I say it's brilliant. But I flipping love Hermione for being able to put up with it. Because quite frankly, she shouldn't have to. She really shouldn't have to. We've been going for an hour. And we are... I think we are into the final third of my notes. So I feel like this might... I always say this, guys. I feel like this might be a shorter video tonight. Because obviously... we kind of assumed that would be the case last time, but the last chapter definitely had more stuff in it, though. And also, I feel like I went on more tangents last time. I know I've gone on a few today, but I do try to keep them a bit short. I wanted to mention the breathing thing specifically because like I said, I felt so lightheaded at the end of the last one. I really did. At the end of my notes, I should say, not the book club. Harry and Ron finally do their homework. Hermione and Ginny are away chatting. Hermione's magically making some elf socks. Respect Hermione for not letting them see her world. What does that mean? Respect Hermione for not letting them see her world. I don't know, I think okay, I don't know what I mean by that. Let's move on. She doesn't correct... Oh, she does correct Okay, I think I must have had a breakdown when oh! Okay, I worked out what I meant. So, what I mean is that I respect Hermione for not letting Ron and Harry see her homework. I don't know how I got her world down here, though. But she does come over and correct some errors in Ron's work. To be fair, not in the best way, because it kind of is in the sort of like, Ron's really trying to get it done, and like she's saying, nope, that's wrong, like that. That's not ideal way of doing it, but at the same time, it's obviously helping Ron. But Ron angrily says thanks to her. Hermione then notices and says Ron to look up, and there is a secret owl at the window. It's Hermes, which took me a hot minute to remember who Hermes was, guys, because it's been a hot minute since we've seen him. And it's Percy's owl, with a letter for Ron, who starts reading it, and he starts to scowl more and more as he goes down the page. You know what, I'm going to have a quick breather, and then we'll get into this, guys, because I'm very interested to see what you guys say in the book club regarding this letter. I really am. What I will probably do, guys, because my notes for the biggest section are going to just be what's said in the letter. I might just go through them and then give my thoughts, but we'll see. We'll play it by ear as always. So Percy says that he has heard from Fudge that Ron has become a prefect, and that it does pleasantly surprise him. He was worried that Ron would take the Fred and George route, as he words it here, but has now learnt to stop flouting authority. I should really go through it one by one. So I'm wondering if anyone, upon reading this chapter, believes. I'm giving my opinion, guys, which is obviously biased because everyone's opinions are biased. I wonder if anyone truly believes that Percy is being nasty here. I think that he is writing to congratulate Ron and suggesting that he do some things to make that keep this this momentum going, so he could follow in Percy's steps. Because that fact is, Percy is Ron's older brother and probably did kind of want his younger siblings to take after him rather than Fred and George. Which, to be fair, right now with Fred and George is actually a fair take, I feel, but I think that Percy is writing to congratulate his brother. What do you think the reason why he's writing to Ron is? I also think that he's writing to warn Ron, but I think that is a genuine warning, though. I don't think that he's trying. I do feel like he's trying to be manipulative to an extent, but I don't think that is the purpose of the letter. So that's my take on it so far. The flouting authority thing is obviously a reference to things that they've gotten up to in the past. Flouting authority is such a bad way of putting it, though. In fact, it feels like the sort of thing that someone in authority would never say it like that, because it sounds like... I guess it is like a condescending term, isn't it, maybe? Oh, I'm not sure. He offers Ron advice. He says that he purposely sent the letter later in the day so to avoid prying eyes from seeing it, which is obviously Harry, let's face it, or maybe even Dumbledore he's worried about. But Fudge says that Ron is still seeing a lot of Harry, which is very interesting that that's come up. Clearly, Umbridge has been passing on that information. And Percy says, nothing can put you in danger of losing your badge and continuing fraternization with that boy. Now, that boy is a cold way of putting it, because obviously Harry has spent a lot of time with Percy in the past, you know. You remember it was not long ago where he was helping out with choose his owls and everything, like saying, play your shrinks, Harry, and all that sort of thing. The fact that he's now referring to him as that boy is obviously a part of the environment and you know, where Percy is and how everyone is going to be talking about Harry in that very condescending and negative light. I'm not giving him a pass for that, guys. It's bad that he is doing it, but that is a part of his environment. That, you know, partly why he's saying it like that. It says that Dumbledore might not be in charge much longer, which is very interesting, guys. I don't know where that's going. It's very interesting. You see, this is the thing is, this is why I feel like Percy's been completely sincere in this letter. Completely sincere. Because if he wasn't, if he was trying to manipulate things and try to keep a shroud and everything, and like, you know, like seeing Ron as in a negative light as the rest of his family currently, why would he let slip that Dumbledore may be not in charge for much longer? So I feel like he actually is being completely sincere, because it's actually bad. It's bad for the Ministry for Percy to be writing to Ron to say that part, you know? It kind of is. Percy says that the people coming will have a very different and probably more accurate opinion of Potter. Again, using it just as surname, which is obviously what, you know, which Draco does and everything like that. Probably more accurate. That's very interesting. The people coming will have a very different and probably more accurate opinion of Potter. Have a very different and probably more accurate opinion of Potter. So there's no exclusivity there, is there? He's not saying that Harry is... I just find the way that he's worded that sentence very, very interesting. So my takeaway from this letter, guys, is that I feel like it's very possible that people are going to think it's a lot worse than it actually is. He's definitely down insulting Harry, but I think with the intention of helping Ron to not go towards the light, but go towards the correct way of thinking, which Percy truly believes. That's why I get it. Because I don't think that Umbridge truly believes what she thinks. I don't think that Fudge... But says, sorry, believes what they say. So I don't think Umbridge fully believes what she says. I don't think that Fudge fully believes what he says. I feel like everything that Percy says, he is saying genuinely and is actually trying to help Ron out. Correct. I'm fascinated to look to see the book review on this, guys. I really am. I'm not being an apologist for Percy, but at the same time, I want to be able to see it in the literal way that Percy actually means these things. And sure, he is saying some very bad things here, but I don't believe for a second that he doesn't believe them and that he's not actually trying to help, which in his mind would be help Ron see that he's surrounding people that he shouldn't be trusting. So I do feel like he is trying to help Ron to... Yeah, okay, let's move on. I'm hoping I'm making some sort of level of sense here, guys. Says that the prophets will give Ron an idea of what's to come in the morning. Says to keep an eye out for him in it. So that's very interesting. That it seems like it's maybe something headed by Percy, or at least involving Percy. And in fact, he says keep an eye out for that's the pride of Percy again, because obviously he has no one. He doesn't have any family members to be proud of. And you know, last time he tried to be proud of something with his family, Arthur went nuclear at him. You know, which we discussed in the past, guys, and I appreciate everyone's take on that. Because I don't think there's a part of Percy that is being disingenuous. I really don't. And that makes me sad. It makes me very sad for him. I'm not happy with where Percy is. I wish that he wasn't. But, yeah. So, when it comes to being frustrated with Percy, it's a lot more sadness than anger for me. I get the impression that it's probably going to be different in the book club. We shall see. But, yeah, it says about, like, keep an eye out for yours truly in the Prophet. Percy says, Percy fills a Ron in on Harry's hearing. So it seems like I think it says you probably heard about it now, but there was this hearing with Harry Potter. So he does think there's a possibility that he doesn't know. He thinks there's a possibility that Harry's kept it secret from Ron, because maybe he thinks that he should be ashamed about it or something. And Percy says that he got off on a technicality, which is not true. it's straight up not true. So that is a lie. But then again, you know, we talked about, you know, what's the term? Just biases. I'm going to say loyalty biases, but it's just biases, isn't it? I feel like, actually, as that was a rule of law, I feel like that is him lying. So I feel like there, he is actually being disingenuous. You know, a lot of people don't want to see the complete picture nowadays in life, guys. And so will... I don't even know if I want to bring up this example. So there was recently a march in London, guys, which was something which I disagree with the sentiment in, but I would fight for their freedom to have that march. You know, it's very nationalistic and everything. And I'm not going to go into the whole thing, guys, because there was some things which were said there which are very reactionary and everything. But obviously, I'm sure there was a lot of other things that were said there that weren't. But there was a video that was doing the socials of a guy covered in George crosses, which is the English flag. If you don't know, it's white with red cross. That's the English flag rather than the Union flag, which is the UK, Great Britain. And yeah, so someone who was draped in like a George Cross hat and had like a George Cross flag on the back, and I think he may have been wearing an England shirt, in fact a football shirt, and he was buying some lunch from an Afghan food stall, and people were like reposting that virtual, like saying, "Oh, look at this hypocrite and everything. He doesn't want foreigners here, but he's willing to buy food from and everything." And the fact is, we don't know what that guy's opinion was when it comes to foreigners. Now, like I say, guys, I disagree. Specifically, what some people said in the speeches, I thought was horrendous at this march. But you know, those speeches don't mean that everyone there thinks everything that the speeches said. And so, even when I was thinking that Hurt thing, I thought, that's quite ironic. The guy's draped in George crosses. For one, the George Cross flag does not mean that you are racist, guys. And I feel like it is being weaponized at the moment in a very bad way. And for anyone to say showing a George Cross is a sign of you being racist is so counterproductive, and it actually gives power to the people that may actually be using it in a nationalistic way. And so after a while, I thought, well, hang on, I have no idea what that guy's opinion is of anyone, of anything, of immigration or anything. And so, yeah, that did bother me. The fact that this video of this guy buying some lunch from a place was seen as this incredibly ironic thing. I don't think it was, because I don't know what that guy's opinion is of anything. Anyway, I have no idea why I went on that tangent, guys, but I feel like it's the fact that, yeah, it's the fact that Percy says that it was a technicality that Harry got off. That is factually inaccurate, and I can defend Percy for as far as I want, but when he says things which are simply not true, I've got to call it out, and it wasn't a technicality that Harry got off. And I think that Percy does say that he thinks it was a technicality, but even that's not acceptable. You know, he's lying to Ron at this point. Sorry about the waffle there, guys, but I thought I'd bring up that example because it annoys me. It did annoy me, the fact that a lot of what I think are well-meaning good people were retweeting this video of this guy and calling them all sorts of names and everything, particularly a hypocrite. I have no reason to believe that the guy was a hypocrite because I don't know what his opinions are of anything, because it's just a video of a guy buying some lunch. Anyway, moving on. Sorry for the waffle there, guys. I thought I'd mention that anyway. Oh, okay. I'm not deleting my notes again. Technicality, which I disagree with. Yes, absolutely, I do. Got to hand my hands up there, guys. Percy is trying to manipulate Ron in a way that he is lying, giving him false information, which is not good. Says that he would understand that Ron may actually be scared of Harry because he's clearly unbalanced and potentially violent, which is wow. And the thing is, Percy knows that he's not, because he's not slept with him. Sorry, he's in the same tent as him. Let's word it like that. And he's grown up with him and everything over the last few years and everything. For him to say that Harry's potentially violent, unless he is suggesting that what happened to Cedric was his fault. There's no proof of it all. Percy recommends that Ron pass on any worries or information about Harry directly to Umbridge, and says your loyalty should not be with Dumbledore, but with the school and the Ministry. It's so interesting that he is using Hogwarts specifically against Dumbledore there. That's wild. Umbridge is apparently struggling to get the other staff to make the changes that she wants, which is very interesting, and references next week again. And says that anyone willing to help Umbridge at this early point now may be very well placed for head boy in a couple of years. Gold. In a couple of years. Oh, guys, am I being a Percy sycophant here? Am I being a Percy apologist? I think he's being genuine there. He's saying that this could help you get to head boy, and that'd be a really good thing, right? Rather than say, unless he is potentially using head boy as a carrot to try and get Ron to go against his friends. I don't think that is the case. I feel like he is trying to help Ron out. But am I being a sycophant now? Am I not seeing the truth that's right in front of me? I look forward to the book review, guys, and obviously let me know in the comments as well. Am I giving Percy way too much credit here? Because I probably need to hear it, to be honest. But I think that he is being genuine when he's saying that he could get to head boy. But he may be using that head boy as something to lure Ron to the dark side, you know. So it doesn't seem like Percy is goading Ron. No, yeah, it really isn't. I did expect the letter to be a lot more criticising Ron, but it isn't. It's kind of like defending. I'm saying, look, I understand that you're scared of this guy. So, like, you know, it's not like you're not like saying, how dare you hang out with Harry? You say, hey, you know, changes are coming and everything, and you know, it'd be good for your career, I guess you'd call it. Oh, jeez. I think I might be being unfair, but let me know in the comments. So, but the letter isn't goading Ron, which I think is an important thing to say. I think that he is being genuine. I do feel like he is being a bit manipulative, definitely, especially with the truth, where he like said about the technicality and everything. But I do feel like Percy is being... I feel like the main reason that Percy is writing to Ron is to congratulate him about being prefect. Am I deluded? Let me know in the comments, guys, because I do feel like that is the main reason why he's writing to Ron. He says that it pains him to criticise his parents, but because they're mixed up with Dumbledore, he has to. Tells Ron to tell... oh, yeah! Oh, God, yeah! This is not good. So he tells Ron, next time he sees Molly, to tell her about Sturgis. Now, that is goading, but it's not goading Ron. It's not goading Ron in the slightest. It's goading Molly, and in a very nasty way as well. So that I will never, I cannot be apologist for. I do hope, Ron, that you will not allow family ties to blind you to the misguided nature of our parents' beliefs and actions. I mean, that's what Percy's done, hasn't he? He has not allowed those ties to contradict his political career, which is obviously what Percy is all about. But again, I feel like that is from a genuine thing, you know. There are some politicians who are clearly climbing the ladder in manipulative ways. I do feel like Percy thinks that he deserves to be where he is, even though he's been put there because of his name. Because of Percy. Because of Weasley. Okay, so we're nearly past the letter now. Yes, we are. So we'll wrap this part up. Hopes that they will realise... so Percy says that he hopes that they will realise their mistake and that Percy will be willing to accept a full apology. God. Oh, I love him, guys. I love Percy. I really do. But he'll be willing to accept a full apology. Not an apology, but a full apology. My next note is literally, I love Percy. I love the way you worded that. And that's it. That's the letter. Harry says, well, if you want to sever ties with me, I swear I won't get violent. And I got down here. Yeah, right. I'm joking. But yeah, that was a great line. You know what? That is the humour that Ron needed in that moment, because obviously Ron is upset by this, and that is a funny line for Harry to say. So Ron rips up the letter while saying he is the world's biggest kid. I love the word kitten. It's amazing. Ron is having a bad day. That's my next frickin' note right here. Frickin', I said. Hermione offers to, realising how bad that letter would have been for Ron to have to read, instantly offers to correct their homework. And Ron says, "Are you serious? Oh, Hermione, you're a lifesaver." I love that line. I really love it. It's so cool, guys, to see this relationship between them two really grow. Yeah, it's really good. Hermione gets them to promise to leave. To not leave. Oh yes, so Hermione gets them to promise to not leave their homework this late again. And Harry thanks her as well. I think in almost an embarrassed voice. I think it said, but yeah, but in a quiet voice, Harry does thank her as well. And I think it's because he realised why she's saying this at this very point, because of what Ron's going through. Harry thinks to himself about how seeing Percy's writing made his situation feel even more real. The fact that it's like laid out in black and white, you know what a lot of people think about him, which is brutal for him when you think about it, guys. I really haven't thought about that, guys, but to see, particularly from it being Percy as well. It says that he remembers Percy giving him full marks in the second task, which I'd completely even forgotten about. Thinks about how Black was oh yeah, and it says that it makes him feel like Black is the only one who could understand how lonely he must feel in this moment, because of what he went through all those years ago. What Black went through is worse, but it's actually not that far. No, it is. It's definitely worse. It's definitely worse than what Harry's going through. But that's not to be light on Harry at all. Light on Harry's struggles, I should say. But Black definitely, Black's situation certainly was worse. You know, his best friends and everything. Yeah. Anyway. Harry blinks when he thinks that he sees something in the fire. Now, at this point, I got completely confused because I couldn't remember if we'd actually had the fire scene in. Is the fire scene in Goblet of Fire? Yes, it was, wasn't it? We was facing the coal and everything. It was, wasn't it? Yeah, I couldn't remember if it actually happened or not. And sorry guys, I just shout out if you're watching this. I don't know if it is the series that you joined the Patreon for, but I've just been given a Patreon pledge by where is it? Cup of Tea Queen. Oh. Wait, what? Their name is Cup of Tea Queen at 3:33 a.m. Is that actually their name? That's amazing. Or is that the time it came in? No, that's actually their username. That's amazing. Well, if you're watching this, you've got a great username. Anyway, and thank you very much. Hermione has actually written parts. Oh yeah, so Hermione actually wrote out a part for for Ron to literally place inside his homework, as well as giving him things to do as well. She's not just writing his homework for him. And Ron says, "Hermione, you are honestly the most wonderful person I've ever met. And if I am ever rude to you again," and Hermione interjects, "then I know you're back to normal." I love these two, and I freaking love Hermione, guys. She's brilliant. Is she the best character in these books? You know what? You know my opinion of Lupin, guys. But all the little mannerisms and the character moments, and the fact she puts up with so much stuff. I was going to say something rude then. From other people. She's great. She really is. Good on her. Seriously. And it's lovely what Ron says that. And it's just such a Ron way of putting it. The most wonderful person I've ever met. What about Percy? That was a joke. So that's the Percy rant out of the way. So now into the Padfoot part. Not a rant though. Harry has written that Europa, the moon, which features a lot in Cowboy Bebop, I believe, is covered in mice, not ice. That's dumb. That's dumb, but it's still very funny. Yeah, that's a dumb joke, but it's still funny though. Harry's staring into the fire. Dance into the fire. Ignore me. I just seen Sirius's head in the fire. So this is the point where I thought, oh, okay, so we have seen it before. I just couldn't remember if we had or not, but we had. Of course, no, that's when the first time that happened was when Ron is Harry's in Ron's bad books, wasn't it? That's right. That's right. And he comes down with his massive foot. Hermione says he wouldn't do that now. It would be too serious. And in my head, when she said it, all I could think was serious. It would be too serious. Apparently he's been checking every hour. Just like popping his face and going, oh, oh. He thinks that Percy may have noticed him, but he doesn't think that she thought anything of it. Hermione says how risky it is. And Black says you sound like Molly. The ultimate insult. Again, that was a joke. But then again, Black and Molly, they're not... I know I call him Black because it's just easier to say than Sirius, guys. But Black and Molly are not best friends. It's interesting. It's interesting. Hope we get some more between them two. I really do. Hermione remarks how Harry didn't... Oh, hang on. I didn't watch the movie scenes back this time. There aren't any, are there? This is a completely book exclusive. Is it? Apart from this fire scene. Well, you know what? I'll check the fire scene up before we do the book club, guys. But usually I rewatch the movie scenes before sitting down to do these episodes. It's just that, isn't it? It's just the fire scene. If indeed it even happens, I think it does, because as I remember, it looks very different than it did in the previous movie. I'll look into it. But I need to get my notes finished out of the way because we have been going for an hour and a half, which, to be fair, is I feel like that's a fair length, but I feel like it may have been slightly longer than I was expecting. Hermione remarks how Harry hadn't told them. He'd written to Black, and Harry says that he'd forgot, which he actually had because of the Cho situation. He'd completely wiped his memory of it. Harry asks if the pain was from Umbridge, and Black says that it most definitely wasn't, and says that she's no Death Eater. Which, when you think about it, when you think about what a Death Eater actually is, that makes sense as well that she isn't. But then again, you'd say that about Lucius as well. Maybe. Because they're thugs, aren't they, essentially? But, yeah, that's interesting. The world isn't split into good people and Death Eaters. I got down here, that could have been the chapter title. I feel like it could have been good people and Death Eaters. It could have been the chapter title. Because I really like that. And that's so important for Harry to remember, but also us as the readers. Is that the fact is that Fudge is a third party. He's not working for Voldemort. I don't think that's ever... Has that ever been even suggested by a character in the book? I don't think it has. If it has, I apologise. But yeah, the fact is that this is a third party that is in this conflict. But yeah, I love that line about good people and Death Eaters. I thought that was profound, in fact. Apparently, Lupin's been talking smack about Umbridge. Apparently, Umbridge drafted an anti-werewolf legislation 2 years ago. I'm wondering if that could have been because of the events of Prisoner of Azkaban. I mean, it's quite a coincidence, isn't it? So I think it may have been. Black says Umbridge is scared of WW. Oh, werewolves, yeah, because WW usually means Wizarding World for me. But yeah, Umbridge is scared. Is probably scared of werewolves. Werewolves? Okay, werewolves. Woolworths. They're not a thing in the UK anymore. And that she hates part people, which is a fascinating way of putting it. And has been campaigning to have more people tagged, which is horrific, guys. I'm wondering if tagging was I'm trying to think. In the 90s, there were some like teenagers and everything who would literally be tagged, like have like something around their ankle, I think it was, to keep them out of trouble and stuff. If that's a reference to that, maybe. I feel like that may have been the 90s. It may have been 2000. I think it was the 90s, actually. Yeah. Imagine trying to persecute mer people when there are little toe rags like creature around, which Ron laughs at. Hermione looks very upset by. Hermione says that Black could make some effort with creature, but Black just interrupts her and gets back on topic, which is, again, Black doesn't talk to these kids as kids at all, does he? Oh no, he doesn't talk to them like he's an adult, I should say. And the fact he just interrupts Hermione and go back to talking because he knows what she's about to say is amazing. Harry says about the events against the dark arts. Black says that Fudge doesn't want them to be trained in combat. Now this is a eye opener to me, guys. I presume that is legitimately why they are doing it now, because I have never thought that is the case. I've always thought that I've never thought that the reason why they're not being trained is to make sure that they're not ready when they will need it. I actually never thought that, guys, and so maybe that's probably me being naive. But it's so interesting that here that Black pretty much confirms it. Obviously, this is Black's opinion, and he's against these people. But up until now, I've never actually thought that was actually the case, and so that's so interesting. And presumably, maybe you guys absolutely believed it, like this entire time. But I never have. And so it was really cool to have this line where now I'm probably thinking, yeah, Black's probably right. I just didn't think it was the case beforehand. That's the great thing about doing these book reviews, guys. Thinks they are making so Fudge thinks that they're making a wizard army. I'm wondering if this is because Harry and the gang are hearing this here, if that's where they get the idea. I can't remember if that is in the movie or not, guys, but if that is where they get the idea, Fudge has really shafted himself basically there, isn't he? So Ron, that's the most stupid thing I've ever heard, including all the stuff that that Luna Lovegood comes out with. Just a random little smack to Luna Lovegood there. Black expects Dumbledore, and also he's saying it to someone who not going to know Luna Lovegood is as well. Black expects, well, you might know the Lovegood family. Black expects Dumbledore to get arrested soon. The whole order has been out, apparently, busy. So it's just been Black and Creature at home, which is obviously not ideal for him. No one is sure what's happened to Hagrid, but they have been in contact with Maxime, who was with Hagrid, and who says that they got split up on the return home. So I guess that could be worse. But yeah, it's very interesting that there's, and it's good that Black is telling them this as well, rather than just saying, You don't need to know that, or that sort of thing, you know. He's actually informing them. And to be fair, telling them something which is not really reassuring them at all. Well, I do feel like the fact they're on the way home may be a little bit reassuring. Black suggests that he pop to Hogsmeade and do the whole stray dog thing again. After getting away with the train situation. The fact he said getting away with it is outrageous. And Harry and Hermione instantly go, no! But Ron doesn't, which I think is brilliant. Such a great character moment for him there. Harry mentions what Dumbledore said, and orders Black to not come up. You got to feel bad for Black, guys, but at the same time, it's such a stupid thing that he's thinking of doing. It really is. I know he's getting stressed out with being where he is and Creature being around and everything like that, but at the same time, you know, Sturgis Podmore is in a very, very bad situation right now. Dumbledore may be in a very, very bad situation right now. So he has to just put up with it, you know. But then again, he has that childlike nature, doesn't he? Harry says he doesn't want Black to go to Azkaban. And Black, one of two massive takedowns, for Harry here, says, "You're less like your father than I thought." Ow! Considering, I mean, Black knows what happened to Harry's parents and everything, guys. That is a brutal takedown. I'm not going to do it again. And says that the risk is what would have made it fun for James. He's guilt tripping Harry here. He really is, and he's trying to make Harry feel bad here. He really straight up is. And so he says that he'll let them know when he can return via the fire in the future, and says if you can stand to risk it. He is a child, he really is, but it's brilliant though. It's such a real character, you know. It's so unusual to have an adult, a good guy, relatable, likable character who is this petulant, you know. An adult specifically, because obviously Harry and Ron and Hermione can often be like that, but it's so interesting seeing an adult being it. And he knows that would have hurt Harry. Either way, guys, great chapter. Like I say, felt like a bit of a transitional one. But now, let's go over to your thoughts and opinions in the book club. Looking forward to this one, guys. I feel like I'm in the minority regarding Percy, of course. And there is a gif of me doing jazz hands. Guys, this is the Harry Potter book club. This is where you get your thoughts and opinions and theories and questions read out in the video, guys. Favorite part of doing these book reviews, it really is. As you can see, please read carefully because it is the single chapter this time. I think that we may actually get this video under 4 hours, guys, which is very rare. But like I say, it made sense to make this one a shorter one and then the next 3 to be chunky ones. And then after those 3 dual chapters, apparently there's a really important, significant chapter that has to have its own video, apparently. That's what I've been told by you guys. So, I think it's like 23? Is it 23 or is it 21? I think it's 21. Whatever it is, apparently it has to be assessed separately. So I'm interested to see why that is. I might be able to see here. Yeah, I think it's this one. So we shall see. I have no idea what to expect. I'm looking forward to it, as I am with all these chapters, guys. And so we're going to be, well, we're currently ending with Simon, but we shall see if anyone comments in the meantime, because obviously often they do during these longer videos. But yes, thank you all so much for taking part. The vast majority are a good length this time. There are a couple that are pretty chunky, I must admit, but thank you so much for being kind. There's me reading a very, very long comment. But yeah, I appreciate the passion though, guys. I really, really do of the longer comments. But if we're able to make those larger comments shorter, then it's greatly appreciated. It keeps this video flowing more. And it means that I can address your comment more, rather than have to just read it and then move on, you know. Sorry about my waffle about breathing and Will Smith's family in the first half of this video, guys. I really enjoyed her episode, though. I don't know her name, I'm sorry, but his wife, her episode of Off Menu was great, actually. It really, really was good. Anyway. Kate kicks us off here. The world isn't split into good people and Death Eaters. I ain't got my scarf. Well, that's okay, I'll get it in a second. Actually, no, it feels wrong. It feels wrong. Not having my scarf. There we go. There we go. Don't be looking at my glutes when I was going to get that VEGGIEKNIGHTS. I see it, I just call you woozles. So I've been doing a lot of walking lately. There we go, wonderful. Really have. Like I say, we're over 100 miles, and so in the afternoons as well. That doesn't include morning walks. Anyway, right. The world's not split into good people and Death Eaters. It's probably my favourite quote from this book. It's excellent, and it really makes you think. I'm sure it's going to make Harry think. I hope it does, anyway. It's really quite profound from Sirius, because he is usually a very dogged, loyal, and black and white sort of character. Was that 3 puns in one? I think it was. But, like, you know, a very straight down the line, loyal person, you know? And so it's very interesting that he has this, what's the term? I don't know what to tell you, but you know, a good sense of judgment when it comes to what is and isn't a Death Eater. I really appreciate it. It's probably my favourite quote from this book, and then Sirius has to go and ruin it by being a prat. Well, yeah, there's that as well. That's more serious, you know, yeah, the prat aspect of it. I'll skip talking about Percy in this chapter. As a fellow Percy lover, this is a rough one. It's true, it's true. I hope I didn't sound completely biased in my assessment of that chapter, guys. We shall see. We'll see in the comments. And say that I find Cho and Harry's little flirtations very charming, and we start to get a better idea of what really draws Harry to her. She's got that fiery energy for sure, absolutely, and I didn't pick up on the fact that she lied for him, but that is what happened, isn't it? Right, yeah, I mean, I'm really enjoying Cho, and I remember when I first checked out, it would have been Goblet of Fire, because I was calling her Pumpkin Pasty, wasn't I? Lots of people said that you won't like her as much in the books, but I like her so far, so we shall see what happens regarding that. Oh, thank you very much, Kate. Sorry. Shemayu Vuzi. Love it. Chapter 14. This is from Jake, I should say. Percy sent a letter via Hermes. It's a miracle. I knew someone was going to make this joke. It's a miracle it reached him fine and did end up in next door's garden. Yeah, chucked over a fence. Though, I can't remember what they're called now, but one of the delivery services in the UK, and I don't know if they were elsewhere as well, they may have been, was called Hermes, and they had such a bad reputation, I think they had to rebrand, I think. And so, yeah, that's where Jake is going there. Fascinated to hear your excuses for Weatherby this time. I'm not sure if I did give excuses, but if I did, please let me know in the comments, guys, because I need to be told it. I really do. Personal gripe. I wish Harry would say please and thank you to Hedwig. Manners. What was he raised in a cupboard or something? Very good. Yeah, his relationship with Hedwig is certainly not as warm as I was expecting it to be. It's still very funny, and they clearly love each other, clearly. But he doesn't. But you know, movie Harry is clearly a lot more affectionate. I'm not sure actually. Yeah, I was expecting to be more sweet and affectionate to Hedwig, but that really isn't there. And you know what? I appreciate how Harry is with Hedwig, and so. And it's interesting that he doesn't feel the need to thank Hedwig as well. Very interesting, very interesting. Just as Harry is trying to impress Cho, it seems Ron is trying to impress Hermione by coming up with reasons for Sturgis's arrest. I'm not sure if that's true. I feel like Ron this is my opinion, I could be wrong. I feel like that was Ron's genuine idea, and Hermione was genuinely impressed by it. That's my take on it. Thanks a million, Hermione, said Harry weakly. Yeah, there we go, weakly. I'm glad that you say how it's worded. Passes over his essay and sinking back into his armchair, rubbing his eyes. Rejoiced, he finally said thank you to Hermione. You know, it is rare, isn't it? It sure is. It's like once per book, if that. I think this is the shortest ever comment. My shortest ever comment. I'm sure I'll be back to normal next time. All the best to you both. Yeah, thank you so much, Jake. Well, I mean, this is a great length for a comment, but like I said at the top, this does feel like almost like a transitionary chapter, and so it kind of makes sense if the comments are shorter because of that. Anyway, Jake, thank you so much for your comment. And me here, I've been waiting for this Percy moment ever since you first said he was one of your favourite characters. He's actually one of my favourite characters, favourites as well. But this letter is the angriest I felt when reading Harry Potter and the series. And the series has Umbridge, the utter betrayal, the choice words, and smug confidence, even though he's wrong. It makes my blood boil. Very interesting, me here. Now, let's go through it one by one. The utter betrayal. I'm guessing you're talking about Harry. Percy is not expecting Harry to read this letter. Now, that doesn't make it any better, but he isn't, in my opinion. The choice words, yes, he's definitely very, yeah. The smug confidence, I feel like that's just Percy being Percy, and even though he's wrong, and yeah, he definitely does get some things actually wrong. Yeah, and I appreciate you being another Percy appreciator as well. I can't believe how much he's in the books, guys. I cannot believe how much he is in the books. I thought he was going to be in it as much as he is in the movies, you know, and he's barely in the movies. And so, hoping that's going to be changed for the TV show. But me, yeah, thank you so much for your comment, greatly appreciated. Alex, hi Veggie, it's hard to know what to say about this chapter. Chapter nut, I'm sure lots. Oh, but I'm sure lots of us have been waiting for it. It's hard for me to be sympathetic to Percy after this. Yeah. I'm not sympathetic to him. When we were talking about the Arthur situation, him and Percy having the argument, I definitely felt very sympathetic for Percy. I don't feel sympathetic for him here, but I don't think that he is being manipulative to the point where he is actually trying to trick Ron. I think he is actually trying to help him. You know, we're misguided information, but I think he is actually trying to help Ron, and that's my take on it. And you know what? I'm feeling that other people may not agree with that. Let me know in the comments. Delia, hi Veggie. This is my favourite book in the series. It's been fantastic so far. I've just started your Order of the Phoenix, there we go. It always takes me a second to work out what other says. Order of the Phoenix reviews. So I'm not caught up to this point. However, I saw you were on this chapter and just wanted to say that while I think Percy is being an idiot for behaving, believing the Ministry over Harry Potter, his family, etc., it is clear that he thinks he is doing the right thing. Exactly what I was just saying. Thank you, Delia. I don't know if you're going to be watching this at the time, but if you're not, it's probably been like a little while since I posted this. But thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I think you're spot on. I don't usually read the follow-up comments because of spoilers and everything, but it looks like Badger Cat agrees as well. By the way, thank you very much, Badger Cat. However, hang on, sorry. He's really doing the right thing. I thought his letter was actually pretty sweet and shows how much he still cares for Ron. Yeah, and you get the feeling that it's genuine surprise when he found out that he's a prefect. It's like, oh wow, he's going the right way. You know, that's how I take it. That, you know, other people may say, he's going this way, that means I can manipulate him. I don't think that that's what Percy's doing. Probably not a popular opinion, but that's how it came across to me. Love that you do these reviews. Thank you for all the time and effort you put in. Delia, thank you so much for joining the journey, and it sounds like you're catching up to us as well. So I hope to see you next time. Badger Cats! Greetings, Veggie and Woozle. I might get the noodle in here in a bit. Sorry for a little. Sorry it's a little long this time. It's okay. I wondered last time if my name was because Oh, you wondered last time if my name was because of Hufflepuff. The badger in my name is a reference to Hufflepuff. There we go. I thought so, and I feel like that is where I belong. But sadly, the only house I have never been sorted into in the online quiz. Well, we know for a fact, Badger, unless it's spoilers, unless you haven't watched the last movie or read the last book, we know that doesn't set everything in stone, don't we? So, you know, you be you. I originally sorted as Ravenclaw, and when I tried to retake the test, an answer to try and force it to put me in Hufflepuff and put me in Slytherin instead. Oh my goodness. Then when the official website was redone, I had a test again, so I am now officially Gryffindor, pardon me. Enough side chatter, onto the chapter. Oh, that's very interesting, Patrick, but like I say, you do you. Harry and Ron putting out the homework gives me anxiety. Putting off the homework gives me anxiety. Yeah, it brings back bad memories for me, to be honest. Poor Percy is trying to do what he feels is right, there we go, but is letting himself be influenced and misled by those around him. 100% that is how I see it completely. A good time to mention that I love how much you love Percy. Nice demonstration of your Hufflepuff loyalty. Oh, there you go, there's that as well. I appreciate, is that one of the quiz questions? Do you like Percy? I appreciate Ron's appreciation for Hermione's homework assistance. Yeah, it's very sweet, isn't it? And we do get a couple of words at Harry as well. But yeah, I love that moment. The world isn't split into good people and Death Eaters. A mature and insightful quote from Sirius. Yeah, very uncharacteristic, in my opinion. Unfortunately, followed by Sirius being immature and wanting to take risks and take it out on Harry for being responsible. Yeah, and he said, and it's a pretty cold thing that he said to Harry about James. Umbridge being responsible for anti-werewolf legislation supposedly 2 years ago, which would have been right after the end of Harry's third year. There it is. Very interesting. Perhaps because of Lupin being revealed as a werewolf at the end of the year. I mean, it would be a coincidence if not, so I feel like it probably is because of that. Thank you for your continued efforts in the book club. Thank you very much, Badger Cat. It is greatly appreciated. Very kind of you. Yes. Hi, Veggie. The things Percy said to his father were in the context of a heated argument where Percy, was taken by surprise. Agreed. But the situation is very different with this letter. If I was Harry, I don't know if I would ever be able to forgive him. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we ever get that conversation. It will be. It'll be very interesting. But again, yeah, it depends if Harry knows that Percy's being manipulated or not. But then again, Harry's like 14, 15. It's like it's a I don't know. Percy calling Umbridge a delightful woman makes me wonder if he doesn't know anything about her and is just saying that out of respect for her authority. Yeah, I think it's certainly that. Or if he has, pardon me, or if he has just seen her around Fudge pretending to be nice and hiding her true nature. I doubt he would agree with her methods if he knew about it. Yeah, I definitely, I'm completely with that. No, I'm not sure if he'd speak up if he realised what she was doing, but I don't think that he would agree with it. Certainly not. I understand why the movie makers decided to make Sirius a very warm and caring character towards Harry. It was essential for the ending to work, but the dynamic is so different in the book. Harry/James situation is not really a healthy one when it comes to Sirius, in my opinion. Okay, I completely agree. And even when watching the movies, because I feel like Sirius's Black Death in the movies, it was obviously a shock. I think I also found it confusing because it felt like he'd only just joined the show, even though he's been about for 3 books. I don't know if that's going to happen in the movie. I can just presume it is. And also he like floated into a arch or something, which was so baffling because it really made me feel like, oh, so he may come back or something. I didn't know what was happening, so I feel like that was a mistake as well. But which obviously we will cover in a book, I presume. If not, that's a bizarre choice by the movie. And so it makes sense that they would have to absolutely have him as this very warm person, because he ain't gonna have that much screen time. I wonder how many minutes. Can I look that up? How many minutes is Sirius Black in the Harry Potter movies? Sirius Black got nothing, not even 20 minutes of screen time. Well, there you go then. Let's see exactly how long it was. Wait till you read the books is the top comment. But he managed to be my favourite character. It doesn't say how much time. But yeah, less than 20 minutes. And you know what? I'm genuinely not surprised by that at all. I'm really not. I think it'd be closer to 15, in fact. So that it makes sense. It makes sense they're making that change, because he was just not going to be it. He should have really been in... Oh no, he shouldn't have been in Goblet of Fire. You know, he should have been... They should have had him in Goblet of Fire more, but either way. Alias, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly made. Digo, Uddipa, Veggie. First off, no worries whatsoever about only doing one chapter. You've actually helped me out since I hadn't read 15 yet. Well, there you go, perfect. Sturgis's story proves that there are also non-lifetime sentences at Azkaban. Oh, is this our first confirmation of that? I previously thought I'd heard about it, but I could never remember where I'd heard it and whom it concerned. Yeah, I think that is probably here to show that the punishment really is draconian. Harry's reaction to it is silly, because he's thinking, what, just for trying to get in a door? Well, that's obviously not what he's been in prison for, is it? But the harshness of Azkaban for 6 months is a very odd choice, you know. And so I feel like that's why it's here. But it sounds like this is the first point where we hear about shorter sentences. In the book, we got Sirius's line, "The world is not split into good people and Death Eaters." Here, when he talks about Umbridge. But in the movie, he's talking to Harry about him being afraid of turning bad. Oh, very interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that scene if it happens, because obviously we've had other moments from that scene as well, haven't we? Already happened. I'm not even sure when that's going to happen, in fact, if it should have already happened by now. But by the way, that scene is in the movie. I kind of remembered seeing the fire thing again, and it looking very, very different. And so that's what happened. It looks very, very different in Order of the Phoenix. And he does say about trying to stop the students from being able to be competent in combat, which I didn't. That seems very, very short, but I just didn't pick up on them when watching the movie. Which version do you prefer? I'd had to rewatch the scene again, but I do remember really liking the sweet scene with Harry, and it's the one next to the family tree, right? I definitely prefer the book, because he's not trying to comfort Harry. He's trying to say, "Hey, Harry, don't be just completely biased against people and everything, you know." And assume that anyone who is against you is the worst thing. Which, you know, is a sentiment which a lot of people should really learn at the moment, guys. That just because someone disagrees with you on one thing doesn't mean that they are the worst type of person that would disagree with you on something. If that makes any sense. But now, the way the world's going, as long as I'm able to pay for Woozle and get her out for walks and everything, I'm happy. But yes, I certainly prefer the book version. But I do remember really liking the movie scene. Lastly, a little nitpick about that always bugged me. Aren't Fred and George skiving sweets color coded, or skiving sweets are color coded? So how could they have given Katie a sweet that increased her bleeding when all the purple sweets should be illnesses instead of starting them? I'm guessing you mean stopping them. Maybe. Yeah, they are both purple. So I think that it might be that the cure and the causing sweet were color coded to be the same, but then they realized that they need to also make them different as well. Maybe. But they really messed up though, and I hope they feel bad. But you know what? It's Fred and George who probably don't, do they? Are we supposed to assume they put the wrong ingredients into the wrong color of their sweets? If so, Hermione might have been even more right to worry about them testing the sweets. Oh, yeah, Hermione was absolutely right. I don't think anyone really agreed with that. No, I feel like some people are saying, well, they were getting paid and everything, but that's not what it's all about, in my opinion. Diego, I'm with you. Edited to remove some spelling mistakes. Oh, I appreciate that, Diego. Thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciated. Nessie Mops. Hi, fellow Potterists. Umbridge is nearly as nice as your mum. Yeah, that was a great line. The bust of Paracelsus is going to land on someone's head, courtesy of Peeves. Harry to Cho, nice weather, absolutely. What is it with Brits talking about the weather? I just find it a very convenient thing to do, Nessie Bob. So I've already gone on my rant about that. But yes, it is seen as this very British thing. But yeah, we have a very interesting, compared to other places in the world, our weather is very, very unpredictable, and so that's why we would talk about it. Same reason why we're the country with the most convertible cars. I believe ratio-wise, I think we actually are. And also, we eat like 94% of the world's baked beans. Who tipped off Filch about the dung bombs? Well, the thing is that it can't be an honest thing. So who? I can only think that he was lying. That's my take on it. And maybe actually I say that he's lying. It could have been Umbridge was lying to Filch, and Filch did think that it was a dung bomb order, but would actually see what it was instead. Maybe. Why would anyone put a flying charm on a mouldy old log like that? Oh yeah, it said log. That's amazing. Ron is wearing Oliver's old robes, but I feel sorry more for Ginny, as she has to wear trousers which used to belong to one of her brothers. Not lol. Yeah, that's interesting. I've never really thought about it. I don't know. I'm not sure how much you'd care about that, but then again, I don't know how much of a big issue it would be. Ron trying to take out one of his own teammates with the quaffle. Fred finished her off with the Bloodbuster pod. There we go, Bloodbuster pod. Percy giving advice to Ron to distance himself from Harry and snitch on him. He is the world's biggest kid, absolutely, and you're less like your father than I thought. The risk would have been what made it fun for James. Yeah, wow. That really is probably the most childish line that we've heard from Black. And you know what? There's good competition for it. But yeah, that really did hit hard. That was like a wow moment when I was listening to it. Nessie Boss, thank you so much for your comment. Josh. Ron slowly calling Percy a git as he tears the letter is so satisfying because it demonstrates his loyalty and that despite his occasional immaturity, Ron is not easily swayed by outside influences. Well, certainly not Percy, anyway. Percy gets very little respect in his family. He is very much an independent thinker. Percy is arguably the most immature Weasley in the family. That includes Fred and George. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I definitely see what you're saying, Josh. I think there is certainly an argument for that. It is painfully arrogant and naive, and I remember that the first time I read this book, I hated him by this point. Yeah, I can understand that is going to be probably the consensus, but yeah, I like to break down each of his lines and everything and assess exactly what he meant by them in each. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit though. He makes it sound like Ron is 5 years old and Harry is the player. Yeah, he's definitely patronising Ron. I completely agree with that. No defending him this time. Well, Josh, let me know what you think about my thoughts on defending him, because I don't know if I did defend him, guys, but I certainly see it through a different filter. So we shall see. Either way, Josh, thank you so much for your comment. Esmeralda, ha, Veggie. If Percy's if Percy's letter I find Percy's letter ridiculous and nasty. He knows Harry, and as head boy, I'm sure he knows Dumbledore. Percy's ambition is Slytherin level. Yeah, I certainly think it is Slytherin level, and that's not. Though it is a bad thing in Percy's case, it isn't necessarily a bad thing for everyone else. Is what I want to make clear, though. Have you ever procrastinated? Have you ever procrastinated? Yes, as much as Harry and Ron did in this chapter. I find it so irresponsible, and I wish Hermione hadn't bailed them out. That's very interesting, Esmeralda. I get it. Because you get the feeling that Ron actually was genuinely really stressing out about the first practice, and Harry decided to help his friend out at the detriment of his schoolwork. I think it's really cool of him. I do, and I fully understand Ron's situation. And luckily, they have Hermione to be in their ear all the time, saying you're going to be failing all your owls. Hermione wouldn't have bailed Ron out if it wasn't for the letter. I completely believe that. Yeah, I feel like that's even what is suggested in the text, in fact. And so I feel like in this situation, I know what you mean, Esmeralda, but I am okay with it this time. Why do you think Ron played so badly? He must have done okay at tryouts with people watching. If he really can't handle jeering, how do you think he'll perform in a game? The thing is, there's also going to be people supporting him there as well, which actually may make it worse. But if it's purely negative, it can have a negative effect. It didn't on the Europe team in the Ryder Cup. I watched it, guys. I can't. I hate the shouting crowds in golf. It's so. I find golf incredibly relaxing. I don't need people screaming in the hole or in the bunker after every single stroke. And also there were some horrific things said to the players. Apparently one of the caddies in the American team were talking during a putt or something. I don't know if it was a putt, but during a play. It was very ugly, but at least Europe won though. Yeah. In fact, even this morning I saw a clip of someone calling Rory something, which is pathetic. And the fact that guy then uploaded it as if he's gonna... Ah, what a moron. What a moron. Anyway. But yeah, you're right, Esmeralda. We shall see. We shall see what happens in the next game. I presume that the first game is going to be slithering. I don't know why, but I do assume it's going to be. And yeah, hopefully he can learn to use it to encourage him. You know. Anyway, thank you so much for your comment, Esmeralda. Maria, hi, Veggie. As much as I love Sirius, I have to say that I was disappointed in him here. He needs to remember that he's the adult in the situation and Harry's the child. That is the one thing that he always forgets. And it's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating to see it, but I completely agree with you. The world isn't split into good people and Death Eaters. It's a great quote though. And a good lesson for Harry to learn. Absolutely. It's the most profound thing that Sirius has said, in fact, I feel. I won't talk about Percy because I'm sure others have covered my thoughts already, but what do you think about Katie Bell's nosebleed? Fred and George are really playing with fire here. Well, they're playing with other people's safety. Let's call it what it is, you know. Because the description of her at the end of practice was terrifying. Is it Katie Bell who goes screaming in one of the books? Is that her? Where it like cuts to the sky like that. Was that Katie Bell? I think it was, wasn't it? God, she has a hard life, doesn't she? We need her books out. I think it is Katie Bell. She touches something. We'll get to it. What a moment in the movie, though. She could have actually died. There we go. Thank you. I never really noticed the details like that when I was a kid, looking at it as an adult. I think I have a Molly-ish point of view of the tweens' experiments. Maureen, that is fascinating. That has just made me realise something. Is this moment meant to be funny? No, it says that she's covered in blood. Okay, when you were a kid, guys, did you find that moment funny? Because maybe it's the adult in me that doesn't find it funny. That's very interesting, Maria. Okay, yeah, I'd like to know what people thought about this when they were a kid. Also, we finally get confirmation that you can be sentenced to Azkaban for a short time. There we go. Not a life sentence. It seems like cruel and unusual punishment to me. What are your thoughts? Yeah, it feels what I always forget this word when it's when a punishment is more than a punishment. Retribution. There we go. It feels like retribution, doesn't it? It's certainly draconian, which I like using that word, so I'll use it as much as I can. Yes. P.S. I'm loving your Avatar: The Last Airbender's reaction. Thank you for all your wonderful content you create. Thank you so much, Maria. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm thoroughly enjoying that show. Oh, I really am. I'm actually looking forward to watching other people's reactions to it. I haven't started yet. But there's definitely a few that I cannot wait to check out. Is it RM Reactions? Is that what they're called? I always forget their name. I think they're both Slovakian, and their Cowboy Bebop reactions were fantastic. Their Arcane reactions were some of the best. And I believe that they've covered Avatar: The Last Airbender on their channel as well. Yeah. Apparently it only gets better from where I am, and so I can't wait to continue the ride. So Maria, thank you so much for your comment. Andrew, hi Veggie. I had to put my sweet cat Gabby to sleep this month. She was 19, Andrew, well done. And been with me for all that time. Your videos, as well as always, have helped to distract and comfort in this time. Thank you. I'm so sorry for your loss, Andrew. I think the 19 is a pretty good age for a cat, and so you must have given Gabby a wonderful life. Oh, Andrew, I know how hard it can be, and so I hope you're alright. But yeah, I thank you for sharing that with me, and if I can help in any way, that means the absolute world to me, so thank you. Harry's coded letters to Sirius is pretty good. Professor Umbridge, nearly as nice as your mother. Yeah, I'm wondering if Wormtail knew what Mrs. Black was like. Probably yes. Black would have talked about it, definitely, to him. So again, I just feel Wormtail was a connection which could be connecting, you know, Sirius and everything. For a moment, he considered accidentally, on purpose, showing his pardon me, accidentally on purpose. That's a term I heard phrases. Accidentally on purpose. Showing her his cut hand. Oh, Harry, and your teenage hormones. It makes me want to die every time Harry sees Cho. He completely loses his senses. He really does. It's amazing. Percy is being used by the Ministry to create division and isolate Harry. Of course, Percy should know better. He knows and likes Harry. He's known and liked Harry for years. I can't defend Percy for calling Umbridge a delightful woman, no matter how young and foolish he may be. He has conflict. He didn't want to criticize his parents, and he is proud of Ron, but he must unfortunately be blamed. For his black and white views on Harry. Yeah. I agree, and the fact that it is such a... It feels like he's being a turncoat, in fact. It's such a contrast to how he has been previously. Percy certainly is a Gryffindor with his loyalty. That's so interesting. That's so interesting, Andrew. Though it is for the wrong people. Yeah, I mean, it's still loyalty, though. But it's also ambition, though. And that's why the loyalty is there. That's my take on it, so... Slytherin Gryffindor, it's a Harry Potter situation all over again, isn't it? I hate Sirius taking his anger and bitterness out on Harry. That's a very good way of putting it. Especially since Harry had such a tough year. It is too late to make Mrs. Weasley's side in their argument. It's too late. Oh, is it too late to take Mrs. Weasley's side in their argument? Well, I mean, yeah. Sirius definitely needs a filter, and the fact is he's left alone with Creature at the moment, so he's probably is just thinking about, just going wild, basically. But yeah, either way, Andrew, thank you so much for your comment. I hope you're doing okay, and I'm so sorry for your loss. Maddie. Hi, Woozle and Veggie. So I get that Percy has a right to feel bitter and resentful over his father's reaction to his promotion, and I understand that he acts that way because he was really hurt, but calling Dolores Umbridge a delightful woman, it just crosses the line. It's so interesting, I didn't even pick up on that line, and yet that is the main focus of the letter for a lot of you guys. It's brilliant. I feel bad for... pardon me. I feel bad for Harry over Sirius's remarks, considering he was the only adult that Harry truly confided in, and yet he chose to act like a petty teenager. Absolutely he did. And also the fact that in this chapter we heard how Harry thinks that Sirius is the only one who knows what he's going through. Yeah, for him then to say something like that is very painful, very painful. But I guess that's what makes Sirius such a compelling character. I completely agree with that. He's so messed up and unpredictable, but he's still so insightful, and he obviously cares about Harry. Even if he struggles to accept that Harry's not James. I'm completely with you, Maddie. I love that we are already having a tiny glimpse of Hermione and Ron's very slowly budding romance. I think their snarky banter is their own brand of flirting. Oh, I completely agree. And lastly, kudos to Harry for refusing to say anything negative about Ron's Quidditch abilities. Yeah, it's true. Again, it's the Gryffindor loyalty, isn't it? But yeah, he's and being it up for Cho is well rather. Yeah, I do really appreciate that, actually. That's so true, Maddie. Maddie, thank you so much for your comments. I love your little doggy icon. Let's move on. Slim. Apple pie is the... Oh, yes, of course we talked about apple pie last time, didn't we? Apple pie is delicious, Veggie. I won't hear a word against it. Fair enough. Your undying appreciation of Percy has encouraged me to read him in a new light. For all Percy's faults... What faults? He does love his brother and doesn't want Ron to attract trouble. Given he has worked alongside Umbridge in Fudge's office for several months, he must Pardon me. I'm sorry about the audio yawning, guys. It's because my brain needs all oxygen. It isn't like a criticism to the comments. What his fault? He does it. He loves his brother and doesn't want Ron to try trouble. Given he has worked alongside Umbridge in Fudge's office for several months, he must know what she's about. He knows there are Ministry bullets headed Harry's way, and is keen to ensure Ron isn't collateral damage. Percy tells Ron to read the Daily Prophet details detailing Umbridge's new powers. Oh, okay, it's to do with Umbridge. I didn't know that, but that's good to know. Harry's focus is naturally on what Percy says about him and his own relationship with Percy, not Percy's relationship with the rest of his family. Percy's perspective might be more nuanced than it seems. His hostility to his parents and the twins might not extend to Ron. I think believing Percy is loyal to Umbridge and Fudge at any cost is a mistake. The act of writing to Ron a letter trying to keep him safe is not done by someone who has broken all family ties. I 100% agree with you, Slam, and I appreciate it for you for saying it as well. Yeah, I'm completely with you on that. I think believing Percy is loyal to Umbridge and Fudge at any cost is a mistake. Yeah, I particularly like that line, in fact. Harry said thank you to Hermione in this chapter. Wonders never cease. Absolutely. Umbridge forced through anti-werewolf legislation 2 years ago that makes it almost impossible for Lupin to get a job. By outing Lupin and criticising his disability, Snape and Umbridge are directly responsible for Lupin's current poverty. Yes, I would have to go back, but I feel like I always landed on the side with Snape that he was actually looking out for people as well. Now, that might be movie Snape having an effect on there, but that's how I remember it from the book. I would have to go back and check it, but yeah, I presume that there's no benefit system in the Wizarding world. I have no idea. It's very interesting. Why was Sturgis Pottermore trying to force open a locked door in the Ministry? I presume it's the door that Harry's been dreaming of. That's all I can imagine of. But Slim, thank you so much for your comment. Thank you so much for your review of Apple Pie. That's greatly appreciated. And yeah, always appreciate your comments. Eshi. Hi, Veggie. I have been waiting for you to get to this chapter since you announced your undying love. Undying love for Percy so much earlier in the series. How do you feel about Percy and his behaviour now? Just FYI, I don't dislike Percy. I just feel he is misguided and has basically let the power and prestige of his role in the Ministry go to his head. Oh, I think that it went to his head on day one. I completely agree with you, Isha. I really do. And I do wonder if any of you thought that I was going to go in completely defending Percy. All I'd like to do is see it from Percy's point of view. And if you do that here, I don't think the letter was meant to be taken in the way that Ron took it. And Ron has every right to take it in that way. But yeah, I find Percy absolutely fascinating, guys. He's one of the most interesting characters, in my opinion. And so I always like to see it from his point of view, to understand the meaning and the motive of what it is that he is saying. Ishi, thank you so much for your comment. And I hope my review was worth waiting for. Alina Boo! hello, Veggie. I'm new to the book club. You're very welcome, Alina Boo. I thought there was a new name. That's a wonderful name. But has been on the entire Harry Potter journey with your YouTube channel since the beginning. It's greatly appreciated, Ellie Boo. Thank you so much for watching and listening along. I've listened to the audiobooks for over 5 years now and been analysing things as much as you do, which is why I love listening to your thoughts. Oh, that's very interesting, Alina Boo. It's going to be Alina Boo. I don't know. I find the name funny. I apologise. I don't find it funny. I'd love to hear where we divert and where we correlate. Is that the right term? It is just me. Is it just me, or is it just me who feels that Percy almost seems overjoyed that he gets to write to Ron? I completely agree. I don't know if I said it, Ellie Boo, but it does feel like it's probably a big thing that Percy's getting to chat with one of his, well, not chat, but contact one of his family. Oh, I agree. And that Percy is excited to talk to one of his family members. Tell bits and pieces that he would have told Arthur if they were still talking. I completely agree. Mind, it must be so weird for him to go from having a big family to having no contact. No contact with any of them. For me, at least, the way he words himself in the letter, he seems pretty brainwashed by the propaganda. I completely, he is definitely sold on the agenda that the ministry has right now. Everyone uses that word so much right now, guys. In politics and everything, agenda. Everyone's got an agenda, which means it's bad. Yeah, but there with Percy, he is completely on board with the ministry's thought train of what is going on. And if that's because he truly believes it or it's for his ambition, we'll never know, because it all just mixes into one with Percy, doesn't it? I mentioned in one of the YouTube video comments that it would not be strange knowing how much Percy works and how he in the past was almost never home after getting a job at the ministry. I mentioned in one of the YouTube video comments that it would not be strange knowing how much. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he is. This is the thing, guys. The character's not changed. He really hasn't. He's always been Percy. He really has. But the world is changing around him. Because of that, he's having to choose sides. That's how I see him. Percy's still the same guy that led the students to the dorm in Sorcerer's. Oh my goodness, Philosopher's Stone. There we go. To me, he's still exactly the same character. With the same thought processes. So yeah, it all fits with him for me. Anyway, Ellie Boom, thank you so much for your comment. Hope to see you next time as well. Go. Hi, Veggie. We finally have an example of Gryffindor getting along with a Slytherin, with Nearly Headless Nick wanting to call the bloody Baron on Peeves. Well, yeah, that's the one person that Peeves is scared of, isn't it? Mrs. Norris definitely has some sort of magical connection with Argus. Speaking of odd couples, what do you think about the revelation that Hagrid was out with Madame Maxime? Yeah, I can remember if I'd already knew that, so I'm guessing I didn't. Or maybe it did. Maybe it did say that you and Maxime need to go off there. I honestly can't remember, but when it was said, I wasn't surprised. And so, yeah, I feel like I kind of assumed it for some reason, but I feel like it may have been mentioned in the previous book. I'm glad he's not alone, certainly. Only as I got older and had to deal with workplaces did I really understand how Percy became like he is. And I love that you latch onto him because he really is an interesting character. I completely agree. Percy felt unappreciated for a long time, as two older brothers took the shine off his achievements. Fred and George ganged up and bullied him. Yeah, I feel like you can say it was. I feel like you can use the B word there. Yeah. I think he even somewhat resents the preferential treatment Dumbledore has shown Harry in the past. Oh! Now that's not something which I picked up on. Now that's very interesting. Jealous of Harry, do you reckon? Or resentful, I should say. Now, that's very interesting. That Percy would write to Ron even at this point was a sign that Ron was his favourite brother, and he does still care for him and wants to rekindle that relationship. Yeah, and he wants to be his big brother. That's the way I read it. Is that he wants to be the older brother who's guiding him in a certain way, which maybe he didn't feel like he had. So this letter, he's probably waiting for a reply with bated breath, sadly. Oh, God, that's sad, isn't it? And unlike when Arthur insinuated he was being groomed to spy on the Order with his promotion, in the letter Percy actually was doing the opposite and giving Ron inside information. Yeah, some stuff which I'm surprised that he would actually say. Maybe it's because he's so proud of it though, because it sounds like he's going to be featured in whatever the prophet's going to be saying. Percy's particular position really affects this storyline. It really does. I can't believe how much Percy. The fact we've got a chapter with Percy's name in it, I never would have thought we'd have. We'd get. Percy is the assistant to Fudge himself. This makes him one of the most powerful people in the Ministry, period. It's so true. He has the most direct line to the big guy, and he is responsible for doing most of the work for him because the big guy never does actual work, and he has some control over every department. Almost... Pardon me. Almost everyone at the Ministry will kiss his A. Now, Umbridge included, and after feeling so unappreciated for so long, it's not surprising that suddenly having everyone kiss his A has made Percy completely insufferable at this point. Yeah, well, the thing is, he was like this at Hogwarts as well. It's like when he was given authority, he would let everyone know about it, you know. Not in a like really strict way, but in a very prideful way. And so it's completely counts. Like I say, Percy as a character has not progressed. He's been the same guy since day one, in my opinion. It's not a coincidence that in the letter that Umbridge contacted Fudge to let him know Ron became a prefect. Yeah, it did say that it was specifically her. She is very uncomfortable with the fact that Harry is very close friends with the favourite younger brother, of one of the only people at the Ministry who can make her life miserable if he wanted to. Wow, that's very... Now, I'm not sure if he does, actually. I feel like Percy probably feels like he wields that power, but actually probably doesn't. But we shall see. We'll find out what's in the Daily Prophet next time, presumably. Umbridge contacted Fudge, likely with the intention to ask Fudge to give Percy and Ron news, and ask Percy to write Ron a letter discouraging the friendship with Harry and the way and a way for Umbridge to kiss Percy's A even more to stay on his good side. I'm not sure about that. I feel like that when Fudge found out that Harry and Ron are still hanging out together, he probably didn't suggest to Percy to write, but he probably insinuated that it may be really bad for Ron, and Percy took that and then decided to write it to Ron. So I feel like it was Fudge's intent, but I don't think he told Percy to write it, though. Which I'm not sure if that's what you're saying anyway. I saw a different side of Sirius at the end of this chapter. Oh, absolutely we did. We really did. Thank you so much for your comment, Gugu. Axel! Chapter 14. Hi, Woozle and Human. Just a few thoughts this time. Harry's letter as Sirius Harry's letter to Sirius taking a long time to write for just a few lines is so real. It sometimes takes me hours just to write a short text. I'm also dyslexic, so that doesn't help. But you know what? I know what you mean. It's because I'm obviously dyslexic as well, so but I see what you mean about wanting to make sure that you get something worded right. And let's face it, Harry has a lot of pressure on him to make sure he does that. And also because he doesn't want to freak black out as well, which we've had him say before. As if we needed another reason to dislike Pansy. Yeah, I'm so glad that... Okay, Axel, I'm glad you brought this up, because I was thinking about doing it, and I didn't. But you're actually saying that Pansy was actually being racist here. I think that he might actually be onto it. Now, Angelina in the book is confirmed to be black, isn't she? Because she obviously was in the movie. She has been, hasn't she? Yes. I did wince when Pansy said about her hair looking like worms. And I did think, is that racism? I wasn't sure, but I'm so glad that you bring that up, because at least that confirms that I'm not alone in thinking that there may be something going on there. So let's read your comments. As if we need another reason to dislike Pansy. She is also racist, saying that Angelina's hair looks like worms. Yeah, I'm not 100% on that, but I'd say that I'm definitely like around 70% thinking, hang on, that was actually meant to be racist, right? I'm not sure, but I'm glad that you said it, because it wasn't in my notes, but I'm so glad that you bring that up. I'm so glad that you bring that up. And I'd love other people's take on that, guys, but I did, when I heard that, I thought, wow, that's actually racist, which I think is the first time we've had actual racism in Harry Potter. I'm not saying it shouldn't be in there. I'm not saying it shouldn't be in there. I think it should be in there, guys. As in it's showing what people can be like. Because we're not meant to like Pansy, obviously. Just listen to Harry's description of her. But yeah, that line took me out of the book for a second as well. So I'm so glad that I'm not alone there. Poor Ron. I hope he gets more confidence with Quidditch. I'm sure he will. Isn't there like a GIF of him like looking really smug during a game or something? Because I might be using that today. Because I said it last time, or the time before, I can't remember, that whenever I finish a book review, I always post a GIF from Harry Potter, usually around the chapters that we're doing, like saying, oh, 4 hours or something like that. And so I think that'll probably be if I can keep this under 4 hours, I'll use that and say, when Veggie finally manages to keep a video under 4 hours or something like that, which is basically the sort of food I usually write. The letter from Percy, oh boy. Like Quantum Leap reference. Some people think he might be under the Imperious Curse. Oh, I completely disagree. Okay, I think he's under the Imperious Curse, but I think he is just old-fashioned brainwashed. He has always had some Slytherin traits, mainly ambition, and I think it is just that ambition blinding him to the truth and believing everything the Ministry says. Yeah, we shall see. We shall see if anyone brings that up, Axel. I don't see it being Imperious Curse at all, because quite frankly, he's saying stuff that the Ministry don't want him to be saying to Ron. Regarding like the big changes happening soon and all that sort of stuff, you know. That's fascinating, but no, we'll see. We'll see if anyone brings up the Imperious Curse in the comments, but I don't think that they will. I think, well, we shall see. We shall see. Either way. Hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you so much, Alex Axel. Alex Axel. Great comment. Yeah, greatly appreciate. I'm so glad you brought up the Pansy thing. Because I was thinking, I thought, you know what, just don't, because I may have got that wrong. So I'm so glad that I'm not the only one who did feel that line was harder than some people may consider it. Maybe. Brianna's Uttipa, Veggie and Woozle. As at the beginning of this chapter, Harry writing to Snuffles and trying to hide the information in case it's intercepted is smart for a teenager. Yeah, but he does still call himself Harry though. That bit surprises me. Also appreciate how now understand how now then again they may know Hedwig's is out, so it may be irrelevant. Also appreciate how he now understands how hard it was for Ron and Hermione to write to him over the summer. Yeah, it did say that. It actually did clarify that, which is actually really nice detail there. Harry not being nice to Mrs. Norris on his way to the Owlery. Give her some gentle give her some gentle scratches. I would. Oh, absolutely. Can you pet the cat? Which I think is like a computer game meme, isn't it? Can you pet the dog? And cat. Cho thought he had been really brave. His reaction to that always makes me laugh. Yeah, he says he can start floating. Feel bad for Ron and his sheer lack of confidence when it comes to Quidditch, and his brothers don't help. I'm completely with you. Didn't help that Hermione didn't believe Ron was the it didn't help that Hermione didn't believe Ron wasn't the reason the practice was so bad. Well, the thing is, he wasn't the only reason, was he? He's far from the only reason. Percy's letter. He is doing well. He is not doing well in he is not doing well this book. I know you like him, so that's all I'll say, lol. No, I appreciate Brianna's, and I appreciate hearing other people's take on him. We are collecting Susie's ashes. Oh dear, we're collecting Susie's ashes next week. We'll be adopting another dog in the next few months once we get in the red headspace. That is important. That is important, Brianna's. Love dogs too much to not have one. Dog trust is the stop it. Oh, very interesting. Yeah, I know dog trust. Yeah. I hope you're still doing well, Brianna's, and yeah, I'm completely with you. I need to have dogs around, and to be honest, I got Woozle. I think she actually got here like shortly over a month after my previous one, but everyone's different. Some people have one dog and that's it, so everyone's different. So definitely take it in your stride. It's definitely important to be in the right headspace before going into doing something so important as adopting an animal. Have a good day, night, Veggie Woozle from Dave. Thank you so much. Brianna's and Dave, or just Dave, but either way, thank you so much for your comment. It's greatly appreciated, and yeah, I hope things are going as well as they can for you. Need to like the comments, because it shows me how far I am through them. Okay, got another chunky one. Philippaloos. There we go. Hi, Veggie. Greetings from Brazil. Been following since the beginning, but just now getting to the Patreon to watch the Avatar reactions. So I'm a bit behind the Harry Potter, but wanted to make this post to talk about Percy. Apologies for making a long comment criticising your favourite character, Philippaloos. I need to pronounce your name. Philippaloos. It's your first comment. I always say, go wild in your first comment, so don't worry about that at all. I appreciate it, and I appreciate that you're enjoying the Avatar reactions as well. Getting up to the final season finale. When I read this chapter as a kid, it was Percy. It made Percy my least favourite character. Don't get me wrong, I was just like you, loved him before and wished he had more screen time, but this book destroyed him for me. Let me try to be as quick as I can about why. The Weasleys are in an enviable position in the Wizarding world, in that they are very deep inside both the Order and the Ministry. That's so true. That's got to be unique, surely. It's got to be. Yeah. So they. Oh my goodness. Yeah. No. I thought I heard somebody's voice who I couldn't be able to hear now. Anyway, sorry guys. I get a little bit emotional. Okay, I thought I just heard my mum's voice. There we go. Let's move on. Let me try to be as quick as... So I got lost in the paragraph. Wizarding World inside both sides of the Order and the Ministry, so they have all the information they could ever want, and direct access to Dumbledore and Harry. No one's got direct access to Dumbledore at the moment, though, do they? He's really just... It's so bizarre how little he has been in this book so far. It really is. With whom Percy was a close acquaintance. Also, the things the Daily Prophet publishes are very sensational, and they work because, as the series seems to always show, wizards are getting naive and gullible. But Percy was always portrayed as very smart and responsible. Yeah, but I mean, ambition is always the word that you got to say with Percy. It really is, though. This all leads me to believe that he, even if only deep down, does he know the Order is correct and Voldemort is back. But he thinks that since this is not the Ministry's position right now, it's not useful for him to follow that train of thought. Wow, this is fascinating. It will only harm his prospects. Right now, what he is best for his career is to pretend that Harry is a lunatic, so that's what he is going to do. When he said to Arthur that they were only poor because of Arthur's lack of ambition, he's basically saying, if you stopped playing hero and acted on ambition, you would get further in your job, and also bring the family up. I'm guessing that he would also be saying as well, financially. Indeed, in his letter here, that we basically start again. In his letter here, that was basically his advice to Ron: ditch your best friend, go further, as it's not convenient to be his friend right now. That's so interesting that you're equating that to what he said to Arthur about ambition. Wow, that is a fantastic comparison. It really is. The reason this makes me hate him is that he is a good guy. He's not a villain, but he is not someone who can count on, because if something is too dangerous for his career, he will not do it. It's too real, as there are plenty of politicians that do that. Yeah, they don't vote for Christmas. Sorry, the turkeys don't vote for Christmas is what they say. Well, they're basically admitting that. Anyway, I hate it when politicians say that. Put the votes before their beliefs, and even some friends can do that. Can do this, like a friend ditching you because he thinks being your friend can harm their prospects. Yeah, that is such a real comment. My goodness. It happened to me, and it hurts a lot. I bet. It's horrible to think about that, but but the fact that you still don't see them as bad people is very commendable in you. Just like it hurt Harry in this chapter. A villain is a villain. A bad person, like Umbridge, you expect to be bad, but your friends you expect to be there for you, and when they are not, it hurts much more. Yeah, which is why I love that so much, because that is why, like Harry said, that it made the whole thing feel much more real, it being Percy and it being on paper like that. Again, sorry for the long comment. It will be a while until I post again. No, I mean you're absolutely fine to post again, Philippelus, but I'm guessing you're saying that because you say you're not caught up, right? I think you said that. But feel free to comment whenever you want, though. Seriously, and your takes were great. And thank you so much for your comment. I hope to see you again soon. And thank you so much for joining the Patreon. So it's very kind of you. Saltaire. Fair enough, Veggie. Just don't make a month to do this for every single chapter. Otherwise, we'll be here to Doomsday. We won't. We absolutely won't, Saltaire. From what I gathered, this book in particular is very oddly paced, and so it's basically forced my hand. But we will absolutely be returning to the usual format when we can. But the reason why this comment is here, I should say this, guys, is because this is actually where I announced that it's going to be one chapter as well. I had actually previously said that, so that's why Saltaire has left this comment here. So thank you so much for your thoughts on that. It's a nice thing. Did you refill Woozle's treat box, Veggie? No, but I tend to do it after work anyway. Oh no, there's a couple of bits in there. She's very relaxed right now, so I didn't call her through. She's, because it's quite cold right now, she's laid at the front of the house, laying in the sun. And getting nice and warm and everything. She looks very happy right now. She really does. So I didn't want to shift her. I hope you are... hope you're not depriving that poor baby of delicious treats. Oh, she gets a boatload of treats every day. She really does. And obviously, because she's a sight hound, it's very difficult balancing out when it comes to weight and everything. I think it's quite difficult to make a sight hound fat, to be honest, because they just burn off so much. So making sure they get enough food is very important. Sigh, it's things like this that make me embarrassed to share a birthday with Percy. That's amazing. Which was in August, by the way. Hope you had a wonderful day. Isn't that thing? Percy's desperate need to be important and seen by important people is really damaging an actual important actual important relationships. Makes me sad mad. I did like Harry trying to cheer Ron up a little after the letter. If you were to what is it? Sever ties with me. I swear it would get violent. Yeah, that was great, and I feel like that's also why Hermione stepped in to do the homework as well. They're trying to raise Ron's spirits because he has had a bad day. Let's face it. This is probably going to be a bit controversial opinion here, but I still don't find the twins to be dangerous. Did they give Kate the wrong sweet? Yes, but they were trying to help her, and she clearly trusted them both implicitly. Oh, it's a nurse thing. What? How did you word it? You don't find them to be dangerous. I feel like they absolutely are being dangerous here because they were able to make a huge mistake. And it was a huge mistake because Katie was in a very bad state at the end of this chapter. And so if they were crossing their T's and dotting their I's and taking it as seriously as they probably should, and I feel like they do take it seriously, very seriously, but this was a slip-up. And this is a bad slip-up. And there's no... I mean, there wasn't an apology, but maybe that happened at the hospital wing. But I also don't feel like Fred and George are the type either. And so I feel like there is definitely some criticism to be had here for them. But, everyone's different. To me, this says they are ultimately good guys who make mistakes just like the rest of us and honestly never mean to cause any true harm. Well, with Dudley, they absolutely did. Which is still the worst thing that they've done, in my opinion. I get that they're not trying to cause harm because they're trying to get their products. They're completely career focused, which is ironically as Percy is as well. But they're not doing it in a safe way, and they're not doing it in a professional way. That's my opinion. They're doing it in a very scatty, charged way. Even if they're paying people, they're not really thinking about the consequences. And if they were really thinking about the consequences, they wouldn't have given Kate the wrong sweet, in my opinion. Very interesting to hear your take, though. I will give the movie a small flower here. There was a few lines from the book that were said verbatim in the movie. Oh, brilliant. Excellent. Oh, yes, of course, the good people and Death Eaters. Well, was it? I think I can't remember. I know the line about Fudge. Oh no, yeah, because it's in a different part, don't we? No, about Fudge not wanting the students to be able to be in combat. That was definitely in there as well. Well, most of my notes have been covered in other comments. Just wanted to elaborate a little more on a couple of important ones for me. Oh, absolutely, I appreciate it. Absolutely do. I'll end with this, justice for Lupin. Oh, absolutely. You can end every comment with that in my book. It's Nursling. Thank you so much for your take. It's very interesting to hear other takes like that. It really is. Florin. Hi, Veggie. What do you think of the Sirius's behaviour in the fire? That's a great sentence. Trying to goad Harry to do something dangerous. Yeah, actually, that's why he's bringing James up, because he's trying to. I took it as guilt, but goading is actually fascinating. I think you're more right than I am, in fact, on that. Taunting him with his father. He is very reckless. Yeah, and also tactless as well, I would say. I know he is always from the action for away from the action for a while, but considering how much he risks for a bit of excitement is worrying, in my opinion. Interesting. I'm trying to remember, because Harry was writing to Sirius over the summer, wasn't he? And I'm sure that he was saying some pretty sharp things in his take, because it's essentially the same thing, isn't it? It's Harry being left alone, wanting to be with everyone else, and he can't, and no one's contacting him and everything, and he's just getting very, very frustrated with it. It's exactly the same situation that Black's going through. Very interesting. Ron, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciate it. Kinsey. Here is the Percy turning point. I know many others covered this, but I get why Percy turns on Percy turns on his family. But position in work should never come before family. Who cares for you? Yeah, I like the way you said who cares for you, because that's obviously very important in the Potter world, isn't it? Because obviously with the Dursleys and everything, but if it's something that you truly believe in, and it's to that extent, and the fact that Arthur did... Percy still thinks that he got given the role purely on merit. And so what Arthur said to him would have been absolutely heartbreaking. I'll always go back to that, I really will. But Kenta, I appreciate that, and if this is your turning point with Percy, I also completely get that as well. Okay, thank you so much, Kenta. Greatly appreciated. Snow, thank you very much for the additional name there. I missed a few book clubs, and I really wanted to share my fan theory that I've come across regarding Percy. Oh, interesting. A fan theory, I should say. I hope you don't feel like this is a spoiler so much, so making sure I post this quite early so others can help me if I should edit my comments. Doesn't look like Embrun had said so. Well, here goes. What if Percy was worried for his boss when he out of nowhere was so sick that he, Mr. Crouch, couldn't come to work for several weeks? Someone that has never missed a day in the office in his entire career. What if Percy was worried that he went to Mr. Crouch's house to check on him, and instead of finding a sick Mr. Crouch, he found Wormtail, who puts Percy under the Imperius curse and is now being controlled by Wormtail. There's more that support this theory, but I won't say more yet. Okay, that's very interesting, Snow. I appreciate that. Snow lands on top. Even though no Hunger Games, then ignore me. Not defending Percy, but the letter might not fully be Percy's own words. You know what? I'm going to bring up the specificity of Fred and George. The fact that Percy said, I thought you'd go down the Fred and George route. Now, it's not impossible for Wormtail, especially with Draco and everything like that, to find out that Fred and George were very different from Percy, and there was this whole banter between the two of them. Well, directed to Percy, obviously. That slight conflict. That Draco would have mentioned that, so you could put that in the letter. But I would say that Percy bringing up the Fred and George route is very specific. So even outside of that, I don't think this theory stands up. But I feel like he did a specific bringing up of, I guess you could say the Sturgis thing, bring up Sturgis to Molly, could absolutely be goading, because that does sound like Percy is goading, and so that could be Wormtail goading. But the fact that Percy brought up Fred and George specifically, I don't think so. And also, I just don't see it. But we shall see. We shall see. It sounds like there's going to be more things that may suggest it in the future, so we will discuss it then. My reading of the letter is that Percy was genuinely happy for Ron and wanted him to know that and wanted to guide him. Snow, thank you so much for the theory, though. That is definitely food for thought. Embrun. Hi, Veggie. Man, no matter how often I read this chapter, Percy's letter still strikes me. From your view on him, I was even... before your view on him, I was ever against him. Only since the book club I feel for his situation. I've got to say, only because we know such persons one can relate. I've got to say, only because we know such persons one can relate. I know. Adding faults makes a character look human. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, having perfect characters, guys, it ruins so much. Somehow, though, Rowling herself doesn't want to write Percy likeable. Well, that's fair. All I can go is what's on the text. Taking into to what the author says. I mean, again, the whole... I don't want to bring it up again, but I will briefly. The whole should have chosen Harry thing. I believe that's something that she's actually said. And I don't see it in the text. I'm not seeing any affection between them at all. And I've granted, we're only starting to see it with Ron and Hermione, but yeah, we shall see if that gets teased more in the future. But yeah, I can only go on what's in the book. Lol. Before let's start with lol. Lol. Before. Oh. Hang on one moment. Sorry about that. It's a delivery. Lol. Before Harry Potter books, I didn't know what a git was. Have heard it plenty in some British sitcoms, especially Del Boy in Only Fools and Horses, I think. Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, Rodney. I feel like Rodney says git more. Yeah, but Del Boy definitely says it as well. And though I have read Harry Potter in English since I was 20, only now do I realise how beloved a curse word this is from Rowling. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it every single time it comes up. You know, I really do. Harry spoken in Lockhart's voice. Your mind surely wanders when penning down a Jupiter's moon being covered in mice. Haha. Yeah, that was so silly. But I appreciate it. It's all funny. Till next time, thank you so much, Emran. Greatly appreciated, as always. CJ. G'day, Veggie. Hope you are having a wonderful week. As you are a Percy stan, I love these terms. I have been waiting a long time for you to get to this chapter and hear your thoughts on the infamous letter. What do you think is going on with Filch and the Dungball story? Yeah, I think that it's a front so that Filch can see whatever it is that Harry's sending. But I guess it could be Umbridge is tricking Filch into doing it. I don't. There's definitely. I feel like if it isn't Umbridge, then and if there's someone else involved in this, I have absolutely no clue. Unless it has something to do with spew, I cannot imagine what it would be. I don't know. It's a bit weird that the article about Sturgis Podmore published his home address. Oh, did it? That is kind of strange. You know, some randoms are going to show up at his house. You know what, CJ? That feels very 90s. I bet that did happen in papers in the UK in the 90s, but it wouldn't happen anymore. It's basically what do they call it? Because I know the author's had this trouble in the past, hasn't she? It's not outing. What's it called? Doxing. Is that's the right term, isn't it? Which is incredibly dangerous, guys. It's so stupid. Oh God. But yeah. That wouldn't happen anymore. But I feel like it was quite a 90s thing to do. I have a feeling that if the Slytherins were not at the Quidditch practice, Fred and George could definitely have teased Ron about dropping the quaffle. They may ridicule Ron a lot, but even they know not to do it in front of people like that. Oh no, that's yeah. But also because there's the whole team aspect as well, but also the family aspect. They were clearly very embarrassed about it as well. I feel like that's what they're saying, put it together on and like that, because they're getting frustrated with hearing it. But you know what? Fred and George are so quick-witted, they should have said something back to the Slytherins, but they didn't, though. You know, Ron's older brother, it bothers me, guys, and I really hope that it doesn't sound like the last few book clubs have basically been me defending Percy and having a go at Fred and George, haven't they? And Will Smith's family for some reason. I'm sorry about that, guys. I need to see some good Will Smith performances. I really do, because whenever I hear people like say he's a fantastic actor, I think, what, the guy from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? And even in that, he was good in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, guys. Some people send me clips and say, no, Veggie, he was brilliant. He was good in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, okay? Well, like, you know, we're talking about the great actors and everything. He's not one of those, is what I'm saying, you know. But I probably should watch some of his more recent stuff. Anyway. His wife is awesome. That's all I got to say. I think Molly is right. Sirius does think he's got his best friend back. Oh, absolutely. In fact, he brings up James here. Absolutely, you're right. You're less like your father than I thought. He said, a definite coolness in his voice. You have mentioned before how we always call Ron's parents Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley instead of Molly and Arthur, which I said that the wrong way around. Oh no, you've written it the wrong way around. Yes, yeah, that's right. Sorry, I'm not saying you say it the wrong way around, CJ, but it looks like you're saying that you guys call Mr. Weasley, I call Mr. Weasley Molly, and yeah. Anyway, doesn't matter. But I think that's because we are reading it through Harry's perspective, and that's what he calls them. And also, most of us read this as kids. I feel like that is the big difference. I think you're absolutely right. Because remembering parents as kids, parents' names as a kid, guys, no chance. They're Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Bring them up again. I have made more conscious effort to use their first names. So, oh, that's good. No, and it comes natural to me. And I think that is because the whole when I first checked out the movies and the books. Anyway, CJ, always appreciate your comment from the Land Down Under, who wasn't Men at Work. Who sang Land Down Under? Oh, it was Men at Work. Okay. I didn't actually know they were Australian. I actually didn't. That's very interesting. I believe that song hasn't aged well when it comes to the lyrics. I could be wrong. It has Vegemite. It mentions Vegemite though, and Vegemite's lovely. I had Vegemite on toast last night. Fun fact. Well, okay, fact. Right, CJ, thank you so much for your comments. Let me know your opinion on Vegemite over Marmite, because I know that a lot of people from your neck of the woods. You are Australian, aren't you, rather than New Zealander? Yes, you are. I'm pretty sure you are. If you're not, I'm sorry. But I know that a lot of Australians are very passionate about the differences between Marmite and Vegemite. At the end of the day, in my opinion, I love them both. Vegemite is slightly more smoky and it's much more easier to spread, so it wins out of the two for me. But some people, I know Rhea Ripley, which is obviously does not represent all Australians, says that Marmite is disgusting, and I feel like that's a bit of a push in a way. Rhea Ripley's great, guys, and she's doing, yeah, she's great. You know what it is with her, going into wrestling briefly, I always worried that they wouldn't utilise her, because when I first saw her come up from to the main roster, because I had only seen very little of her on NXT, I thought, oh, she's absolutely brilliant, it's a shame they're going to waste her, and they haven't. Sure, it took her finding her gimmick, but she is fantastic now, she really is. Bennett. Yes. Bennett, hi Veggie. I finally caught up after being stuck on goblets somewhere in the middle due to life getting in the way. Well, I hope everything's all right, Bennett. Thank you so much for keeping up with it and finally getting up to date. It's very, very good of you. Ben, I've got to admit, when I read your name, it reminded me of an Arnold Schwarzenegger quote, but then I realised it was the wrong one. So Bennett, I'm sorry if you hear this a lot, but because I'm of a certain age, when I hear the name Bennett, I think, let off some steam, Bennett. That's a terrible impression. But in my head, I was thinking Bennett, Screw You, which is a completely different movie and to someone who isn't called Bennett. The hell am I talking about? Anyway, sorry Bennett, let's get to your comments. Is your icon it's a Pokemon, right? At first I thought it was a dog, then I thought it was a cow. Now I'm looking at it, I think it's a Pokemon. If it's none of them, I apologise. It looks like a little pig dude, and I think that's a Pokemon. Bennett, I will get to your comment. I'm so sorry. This is terrible. You finally caught up, and I'm waffling on like this. Right, Bennett. Hi, Veggie. I only caught up after being stuck in goblet somewhere in the middle due to like getting in the way. Who cares about a stupid flying horse? Cho thought he had been very brave. That is an amazing line. I love it. I love it. Cracks me up every time. On another note, she did not hate him for being alive. Hit really hard as he was the one who made it out of the labyrinth. Is that a line in this chapter? Oh my goodness. Wow, how did I not pick up on that line? That is so powerful. That's actually heartbreaking. Oh, Ben, thank you so much for mentioning that, because that line, some lines just do, guys, unfortunately, and I know they shouldn't, but some lines do just go. Maybe it's in between two other really good lines, so I'm making notes and everything, but that is a powerful. That makes me so freaking sad. That tells you so much about Harry in 8 words. Oh my goodness. I don't know if that has been. I don't know if that has been clarified yet, but I believe the question how to subscribe to the Daily Prophet was once a topic in the book reviews. So here's my explanation, I guess. Oh, excellent. You probably write to the Prophet and then give you and then give your delivery owl a nut. I always worry when saying that word for continuation, maybe. Oh, so you're paying as you go, essentially, like literally. Oh, I like it a lot. Yeah, that completely scans for me. It means that there's no news agents in the Wizarding world, which is very interesting. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, isn't there? Okay, maybe I'm imagining this, but aren't there newspaper kiosks in the Daily Pro? Aren't there? Oh, come on, Veggie. Aren't there newspaper kiosks in the Ministry of Magic in the movies? I feel like there are. Am I making that up? As if there are, that kind of doesn't make sense. Well, no, because if you don't have an owl, that's how you'd get it. Without having to do the subscribe thing. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Ignore me. I'm confusing myself. I like the description of Harry's inner monologue thinking about Percy's letter, and it hit and it's hitting hard because it was someone rather close to him. So the letter is so also, the letter's so pompously Percy. I love it. I know, that's the thing. And that's why one of my notes mid-letter was, I love Percy. Because it's just the way that he words things. It's, like I say, he's never changed. But I really, it's certainly pompous is definitely the right word. And yeah, it's a realization to Harry. You know, despite the fact that all these horrific things are happening around him, that cut deeper than most of them. I find Sirius's attitude understandable, as he's keen... has been kept in prison for 13 years in Azkaban. Sorry, and now in some way imprisoned again. Oh, now that's a very good point. Jeez, in fact, it's not worse. That's ridiculous. Of course, it's not worse. But still, he's not. He's not the godfather Harry needs right now, sadly. It's true, but I love that comparison with the Azkaban thing, though. You know what, guys? Someone messaged me. I'm not sure if they would watch this, because I know they're a Buffy fan specifically, but they might watch the Harry Potter videos as well. But they recommended Leon, because I mentioned that in a reaction. It was in a Buffy reaction recently, because of an actor being on it. Oh, it's Warren, isn't it? Yeah, he's if when I watch it, I need to look out for Warren, because oh my goodness, like Warren is not a nice guy. Oh, what a performance though. Anyway, Warren from Buffy, I should say, but yeah, I haven't seen Leon the Sniper. Is that what it's called, or the Assassin? I think. But I'm pretty sure that is the movie which has everyone from Sirius Black. And if you haven't seen the movie, you have literally no clue what I just said. But look up everyone, and I'm sure you'll find it. Bring everyone. If you type in "bring everyone" into YouTube, hang on, I want to make sure this is the case. No, is it get everyone? I think it's get everyone. Yeah. Is it get or bring? Because I thought it was bring. Get to it. I can't be copyrighted. Bring me everyone. Okay. But if you type in if you type in "bring me everyone," then you'll see what I mean. Because I think it's from Leon. It's it was a meme back in the day. But it's everyone. What he says it is inspiredly brilliant. If this video gets copyrighted because of that audio, I'm gonna be flipping furious. Might turn up the Oblivion music on this bit just in case. You're making some great points here, Bennett. Thank you for giving us an amazing book club. You have my utmost respect for bringing it this far, and please take all the time you need. Stay healthy till next time. Ben, thank you so much, and obviously that's a reference to me saying about doing it in one chapter. I really appreciate it. It's wild, this project, isn't it? I was thinking earlier on that it is a heck of a project, but it's one of these sort of things where I don't know if it's to do with my autistic brain erring, but I'm thinking like, oh, doing it in this like really in-depth way would be really cool. It's probably not going to work, and people aren't going to be interested in it. The fact that you guys are interested in it means the absolute world to me. So Bennett, thank you so much for your comments. Sorry about the waffle I said at the start of it, and yeah, hope to see you next time in the book club. It is Leon the Professional, by the way, guys. Also, we're at 3 hours and 20 minutes at the moment, so we might be doing a sub 4 hour one. We shall see. Ashley, Uttiper Veggie Weasel. I missed the last book club since I'd already written my comments for both chapters. Then I couldn't remember which things came from which chapter, so to separate them. Oh no, I'm sorry, Ashley. It doesn't matter too much. I didn't have much to say that was said, wasn't said by someone. You know what, actually, if that happens again in the future, just post it in the second one, and I'll gladly cover your notes in the previous for the previous chapter. Because, yeah, that's very unfortunate. I'm sorry that happened. The only exception was that I was surprised at Hermione for not understanding how cruel it is to try and free house elves against their will. Since she saw how Winky reacted. The thing is with Hermione is that she doesn't believe that she doesn't believe when house elves tell her that they are happy with doing what they're doing. She simply will not, it is a blind spot for her. And so it is really bad what she's doing, I admit, but her heart is in the right place. I will always hold that, in my opinion. Hermione's whole problem with Barty Crouch was how cruel it was for him to dismiss Winky when she wasn't at fault. Now she wants to do the exact same thing to the Hogwarts elves. I've got no real argument against that. I think you're right. I think you are right. I was going to say it's not dismissing, but it really is. And so, despite the fact that there's a lot more sadder scene, it is what Hermione's trying to do. Great point. Back to this chapter. Oh no, Percy called... But also she feels like they've been brainwashed, which, to be fair, she could actually be completely right. Back to this chapter. Oh no, Percy called Dolores a delightful woman. This keeps on being brought up. Which is hilarious. I love it. That might be his worst sin. I'm not sure how they'll ever forgive that one. Well, quite. Absolutely. And this might be Sirius's worst chapter too. I understand that he is going stir crazy, but it does feel like he's almost still stuck in the mindset he would have had as a teenager. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what Azkaban does to you. It's like Azkaban really prevented him from actually growing up. It's possible they actually, went back as well. It affected him, and it regressed him possibly. Once again, he is so different from the film. Oh, absolutely, he really is. Ashley, thank you so much for your comment. Sorry about these, surprising you with the with the single chapter thing, and nice to see you back. Jolt. What's up, Veggie and lovely Woozle? This chapter should be titled Percy, Padfoot, and Pumpkin Pasty. That's amazing. That's absolutely brilliant. Percy seems to think his opinion is more important to Ron than Harry's. That's the foolish boy. Yeah. Well, the thing is that he thinks that the prefect thing is a sign that Ron has turned over a new leaf. So it's delusion, if anything, I think. Have you ever received advice from someone about another person, but you trust the person being spoken about behind their back more than the one giving advice? Not that I can think of, not to hand. I have, but it's a long story about a romantic relationship in college that I dare say you don't want me to bore you with. I'll tell Joel if it's relevant, please do. Let's just say, I respect. God, am I really gonna say this? Okay, so there was a show called Space Precinct, guys, which I barely remember anything of, but I think it was cops in space, basically. And on the intro, at the end of the intro, it says, "At my next station, let's just say," is a bit different. I can't remember what exactly it says, but he definitely says, "Let's just say." And decades later, there was a podcast by The Trap, who I follow on Patreon, actually. But yeah, on one of their really old podcasts, they brought that up and said how basic it is a way of ending the intro. Let's just say, Space Princess. Space Precinct. Right? I think that's it. Anyway. I don't believe... What? I'm like the first one to bring up Space Precinct in the last 15 years, guys. Seriously. Let's just say... Anyway, let's just say I respect Ron's reaction here more than my own back then. Yeah, oh, absolutely. No, I love the way that Ron's reacted to it. And I love how Harry and Hermione reacted to it as well. Padfoot. Sirius has some serious, pun intended, sense of spite for people who are allowed to walk free. Yeah, it's bitterness, isn't it? It really is. His comment to Harry about how he's less like his father than he thought is probably the first time an adult Harry respects has criticised him for not being more like his parents. Oh wow, that's so... Yeah, Snape. I was going to say Snape, but it's certainly not Snape. No, yeah, I like that a lot. Criticize for being like his parents. It's pretty childish comment. Oh, it's absolutely childish. Pumpkin pasty. Who cares about the stupid flying horse? Cho thought he had been really brave. Is a hilarious and relatable thought. Harry is a great coming of age character for a lot of reasons. His romantic arc, chief among them. Oh, excellent. Okay, I'm looking forward to more of that then. Joel, thank you so much for your comment as always. Dustin. Hi, Veggie. Don't worry, I won't bring up Space Princess in this comment. I don't have much to say about this chapter that others probably haven't. Yes, but being a huge Fred and George defender, I can't defend them on this one. They're real big. They're really real big idiots sometimes. I love that. I can't wait to hear you try to defend Percy though. You will have done. Let me know what you think about it because maybe I went too far. You know what it is, Dustin. I don't think what Fred and George do here in this chapter, per se, is any more morally worse than the rest. It just so happens that this one actually ended very badly. Now, the rest could have ended very, very badly, in my opinion. So, really, Fred and George, it's not an escalation. They're still the same Fred and George. It's the same as the way that Percy is still Percy, you know. They're still doing their usual things. It just turns out that this time, Fred and George... it ended very badly, which, quite frankly, they needed to see, and I'm hoping... it won't. But I'm hoping it will change their approach in future. We shall see. It might do. However, I cannot abide by your slander of the great fruit and pastry confection apple pie. The apple pie. It's either they say American apple pie. Like, I just feel like whenever people like say it's the greatest thing in you know the best pizza in town, all those sort of things, it's just complete. I was going to say a very rude word there, but it's all just advertising. It's nothing to do with like there's no polls taken or anything like that. And so all these terms like saying, "Hey, go down to Benny's. It's the best canteen." It says who? It says Benny. Who's Benny? Screw you, Benny. There you go. That's the correct quote that I said earlier on. Oh, it's Benny. Screw you. What is it called? I always forget. Total Recall. Anyway. Anyway, sorry about that. At least I didn't bring up Space Precinct. I can't believe I brought up Space Precinct. Right, you can't even blame it on me being American. Oh, there we go. The first recorded recipe of a modern apple pie was recorded in 14th century England. It does feel like an English thing, and it's delicious. Although an authentic German apple strudel is my personal favourite. Unfortunately, for you, it's not vegan. Now, I did have strudel in Austria when I was a kid. Austria! Sorry, ignore me, that's an Partridge reference. Austria is gorgeous, by the way. My goodness, it was in the Alps. Yeah, I remember definitely liking it. I wonder what's in it that's not vegan. Is it gelatin, maybe? Maybe. I'm not sure. That's intriguing to me. But yeah, I had it when I was a kid, when I was still obviously a meat eater. Very interesting. Or maybe it's the cream that you have with it, maybe. I'm not sure. Either way, yeah, it was good. But, you know, what I'm saying, Dustin, is I'm not saying that it's disgusting. I'm just saying that there are better pies to be had. You know, is a flan a pie? Is a flan a pie? Yes, it's a kind of sweet or savoury pie. I would go for a peach flan all day over apple pie. Personally. God, peach flan. I need to make a note of these side things, guys, because in my blurb I like to say what we discuss. Okay. I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute idiot. I'm such an idiot. Right. Dustin, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly made. I appreciate the apple pie defending. Gafnov, very short one here. Chapter 14. Oh, greetings. Greetings, Gafnov. Chapter 14. And now, proof Azkaban is not only for life sentences. Yeah, there it is. It's so interesting that it's taken this long. Because I've been saying, is it always for life sentences? And you guys have been saying no, Veggie. But I get the impression that no one could quite remember when that's confirmed. And so I appreciate that we finally got there. But then again, it might be quite an unusual thing. Probably not. Probably not. Because doing such a thing would arouse suspicion, wouldn't it? For what is essentially breaking and enter and attempted theft. Anyway, Gavnov, thank you so much for your comment. Pumpkin Sparks. Hi, Woozle and Hoon. I'm on vacation right now, so I will not be doing my usual shtick of scanning the comments already posted. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I appreciate that you do that at all. But yeah, you got a time off. So if this is a repeat, I do apologise. I just can't be bothered right now. I appreciate that. It's Pumpkin. I hope everything's okay. I actually come in defence of Percy. Obviously, I do not agree with anything he says, right? Okay. but we should consider this letter from his point of view. That is exactly it. Percy is someone who really values rule following and academic career pursuits. The one thing he always cares just as much about his family. So I truly believe he is sincerely wants to help his little brother. I completely with you. And he's scared for him. Yeah, scared is an interesting use term there. But yeah, he says about how Harry is unbalanced. Even before the fallout, I feel like he always understood that his siblings see him as a bit of a laughingstock. Oh, so true. And while he seems to understand it, he never seems to understand why. Where weren't Bill and Charlie just as successful in their Hogwarts career? What's the difference? Yeah, I wonder if Percy's neurodiverse, because I don't want to bring up too much, but it's true. It does. That not understanding of why he is being treated differently. I completely get. Then he got his first job in the field of his dreams. Now I don't think that back then there was any malice from the higher ups to give him the job. While it was a promising entry with a very real possibility of climbing the ladder, it wasn't the best job. It wasn't the best job. Crouch didn't even know his name. Oh, sure, okay. I totally can see him getting that job and very quickly giving more responsibility during the fourth book, due to the combination of an academic resume and his family name. Let's not forget the Weasleys are considered one of the last pure blood families. Yeah, but they also get a lot of shtick representation, notoriously as well, don't they? Reputation-wise, I should say. And while Arthur wasn't very high in the Ministry's hierarchy, he was well respected and connected. But yeah, respected amongst those who respect him, absolutely, yes. And what happened after Voldemort's return? Fudge understood very quickly that the Weasley family stands with Dumbledore, but then there's also Percy, a young impressionable kid who has a deep need to be needed and wanted. Oh, and who already has loyalty towards the Ministry because finally someone appreciates his hard work. And what do they get? They give him some more work, which makes him feel even more needed and excites him, which makes him more open to manipulation. They are overly nice to him. Umbridge is a delightful person. That's actually very, very true. That could be why he's saying that. They start to separate him from his support network. They start feeding him their own beliefs and propaganda. That is how cults work. The only thing missing is food restriction. Other than that, this is 101, how to indoctrinate someone to my cause. Wow, I really like that a lot. So yeah, while I do not agree with anything he wrote, I absolutely see where he is coming from. He drank the ministry Kool-Aid, and truly wants to save his little brother from an, in his mind, bad situation. Yeah, I'm completely with you. But yeah, Percy, but then again, the whole Sturgis thing did feel like a goad towards Molly. And yeah, Percy, darling, you're in a cult. Call your dad. If anyone gets that reference, I'll be utterly amazed. You're in a cult, call your dad. Percy, darling, you're in a cult. Call your dad. No, I don't know it. I don't know it. So yeah, that one's got me. But thank you so much, Pumpkin Sparks, for your comment. Greatly appreciate it. And I need to message you about the book covers as well, because that'll be coming up soon. How we doing? Not really too much to say in this chapter. Why is Slytherin even allowed at their practice anyway? Do they really not have anything better to do? Of course not. Well, they certainly don't have anything better to do, no. But I guess it's the fact that practice is just happening because they decided they booked up the arena and everything. But you're still allowed to go to the arena though, and so I guess it's their right to go along. And also watching other teams, it's not a bad idea. Percy's letter is pompous and quite irritating to me sometimes. Sometimes makes me really wonder why he was Gryffindor. No, loyalty is Hufflepuff. What am I thinking? I think I said something incorrect earlier on. Yeah, he always just seems so much different than the rest of his family. Work before family. Slytherin ambition. Happy NFL season. I guess it's possible. Thank you so much. How are we doing? We're doing okay. I'm wondering if he's put in Gryffindor because he, like Harry, really wanted to be put in the same family as his, in the same house as his brothers. Maybe. And maybe that's how generational ones. That's just how it works because they just really want to be a part of it. Because we don't really know his relationship with Charlie and Bill, not particularly well anyway, and so maybe that was it, because obviously that's quite a while ago. Anyway, how are we doing? Thank you so much for your comment. Let's see if I mean, we've got more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then we'll do a refresh. But we are getting through it, guys. We're getting through it. Catty. Hi, Veggie. Harry's ability to understand the subtle personality of a cat when he can be so dense on people is something to marvel at. That's brilliant. And, you know, it could have been paranoia, but quite frankly, it doesn't seem like it is paranoia. So, yeah, it's amazing that he's in tune with his feline. Maybe if he was an animagi, he would be a cat. Never know. Never know. Being an adult is very hard to accept, and the childish personality Sirius has at times. While I understand why he acts the way he does, that was a low blow to hurt Harry. Yeah, it wasn't actually to hurt him. I agree. That way, just because Harry cares more about his safety than taking unnecessary risks. However, I really enjoyed Sirius's comment on how the world isn't separated between good people and Death Eaters. A complex character at times. Oh, absolutely. And he's talking about complex characters as well in that excellent sentence. Lastly, there's a creator who makes skits comparing scenes from the book to the movies, and it's hilarious. I think you would enjoy them, but you'd have to be careful to watch ones that are where you are in book-wise. Well, the thing is, they may have references in as well, but if people can scan them and tell me if there's any spoilers in there, then I'd be happy to check that out. It sounds really fun. Catty, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Obviously, I'd ask them if it's okay to react to them first, of course. If we were to react. H. Hi, Veggie. Thanks a million, Hermione. And not sarcastic this time. A million. So that's one for each time he should have said thank you to Hermione the whole series so far, I guess. That's brilliant. I love this. I feel like I've started this whole... I don't know, guys. I don't want to put too much credit on my back, but I do feel like this book review and book club has kind of made people realise that Harry does not say thanks enough to Hermione. Maybe, or maybe I'm patting myself too much on the back there. You should hear Remus talk about her. Yes, serious. Let's hear Remus talk about Umbridge. In fact, why not spend the rest of the book following Lupin instead? I'd love it. So we can find out what he thinks about most things. I'm up for that. But then again, Lupin is my favourite Harry Potter character, and so there we go. H, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Kate. Hi Veggie and Woozle. Just some random thoughts reading this chapter, as everyone has already covered the important bits. Pansy Parkinson mocking Angelina's hair, which sounds like dreadlocks or similar, braided. It definitely, I'm pretty sure it said braided. Came off very racist. Pardon me, very racist to me. I'm so glad that other people are saying this. Because I was worried about saying it, guys, but I'm so glad that other people are picking up on it. Seriously, I really am. Seriously. Do we think pureblood obsessed wizards are racist too? Well, that's not out of question, is it? I wonder what is their stance on race relations. You'd imagine that it's going to be similar to pureblood and half-blood. Well, actually, maybe not. So there's two purebloods, but they happen to be different races. I'm honestly not sure, but I've never thought about that before. But yeah, the comparison towards their other prejudices, it very possibly could be a thing. The students have so many essays to write. It's normal in the UK schools. I never wrote essays in school except for literature class. I can't remember, Kate, but from what I gather, I'm pretty sure that homework is decided by all the teachers together to know when to do it. So they're not all given homework at the same time, making it impossible. And so that's clearly not happening at Hogwarts. So again, Hogwarts is a horribly run school, and it really is. It rubs me the wrong way how much Percy talks about loyalty, to the Ministry versus to Dumbledore. Feels weird to ask a 15-year-old to be loyal to his school to be loyal to his school principal. I really like Harry's associating himself with Sirius, as they both are living in the world where everyone else thinks that they are dangerous. Absolutely, yeah, that was nice. And then Sirius goes and ruins it all by the end of the chapter. It's a connection between them I haven't thought of. Yeah, it was very well. The Harry and Sirius stuff, even before Sirius turned up in this chapter, was excellent. And that's definitely a great example of it. The world isn't split into good people or Death Eaters. Has a completely different connotation here when talking about Umbridge compared to the movie, where it was connected to Harry's feelings. Yeah, absolutely. I personally prefer the movie interpretation. I need to rewatch the movie scene. I do, because that's very interesting that you do prefer the movie on. If it's the scene I'm thinking of, I remember the scene being brilliant. And so we shall see when we get there. If we ever get there, we will. I hope you two have a lovely October. Thank you so much, Kate. I hope you do as well. It's obviously my birthday month. I did say in the blog on the Patreon, guys, that we may skip doing the mailbox this year and then do it next year, if that's okay. Just for numerous reasons and everything, if that's okay with you guys. If you're all desperate to send me stuff, then let me know. But I think we might skip it this year, if that's okay. Stephen, hi Veggie. Just a short message to say that I really dislike how Sirius acts at the end of this chapter. I understand that he's getting tired of being stuck seeing the same four walls and creature all day, every day, but the comments he made to Harry were appalling and just go to show how he hasn't really grown up at all. Yeah, and even when I was listening to it, I was thinking, is he going to regret that once he hangs up? No, in inverted commas. And I don't think he would. I really don't think he would. He really is this. He does have this bitter childish side to him, which is endearing in some cases, but here it came off so sharp. Also, I I took your recommendation and started watching Jeeves and Wooster. So cozy. Oh, cozy is a great term for it. First season is great. The first season is absolutely brilliant. The second season is largely brilliant. There are some hit and misses in third and fourth. Like ones where Jeeves requires lightning to strike Bertie for his plan to work out and everything. It's just so insane. But the first season I recommend to anyone, particularly the first story, the first episode I should say, which I think is like 45 minutes. It's so good, guys. It's so charming. Even if you just watch the first one, it's worth it. It really is. Glad you're enjoying it, Stephen. Let me know how you go with it. Maddie Kuma. I don't know why I shouted your name like that. Jeez. I admit that as a kid, I drew some rather unflattering fan art of Umbridge and Percy to have a very to vent my frustration at these last two chapters. That's incredible. I'd love to see it. It's sad how Percy went from getting along with Harry and giving him advice to now believing he's a deranged lunatic. The way Jim Dale reads Harry's line, I swear I won't get violent, is pretty great though. Oh, I need to check that out. That sounds great. I agree with the comments calling Pansy racist. I'm so glad other people are bringing this up. She's always bullied Gryffindors based on their looks, Neville's weight, Hermione's teeth, Angelina's hair, regardless of race. Plus was hanging out with oh, is that how you spell Blaze? I had no idea. On the train in movie 6. Oh, that's okay. I literally no idea that's how you spell Blaze. I thought it was spelled like the fire. You know. I really appreciate Hermione taking pity on Harry and Ron and checking their homework. Taking pity. It's true though. It's true. Despite her, well, she probably also thinking that Ron's not going to be able to do homework with this going on in his head. Despite her warnings that she wouldn't, it's such a nice friendship moment, and it feels like something I would have done. I appreciate that, Medikuma, because we've had some different takes on that moment, but I definitely appreciate it from her. How many house elves do you think have been set free by Hermione's hat? I'm guessing none, but I don't know why though. Yeah, I don't know why, but I guess we'll find out, presumably. But Maddie Kuma, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we'll do a refresh. It doesn't look like... Oh, no. It looks like we may have had a comment. So, yeah, a refresh will be required, which is absolutely fine. However, false accusation and its consequences is a subject matter that has been brought up again and again in Harry Potter series. It absolutely has. If you look back in the past books, you'll see it was a big part of the plot of every single one of them. I'd say it's one of the main themes of the series as a whole. Absolutely, especially the way Snape was treated at the end of the first book. That's why I find it so difficult not to see the parallels between the past instances and the current ones. And while I can't speak for JKR, I think she wanted to read the readers to draw those parallels as well, because to me they are very obvious. In this chapter, people are very frustrated with Percy. Why? Because he heard a false accusation and believed it. Well, also even I got to push back slightly. Percy was in the court and said that it was a technicality. I'm pretty certain it wasn't technicality. I'm pretty sure that Harry was clearly just they couldn't do anything about Harry, which I guess you could describe as being a technicality, but I feel like he is definitely being dishonest there though. Tell me, how is Percy any different from Ron and Hermione? Different name. They heard a false accusation and believed it as well. Hermione even acted on it. She assaulted a completely innocent man. Going back to the Snape conversation. To me, that's way worse than Percy's self-important letter, which wasn't even intended for Harry's eyes. Yeah, it even said prying eyes, didn't it? And he's looking out for Ron. Ron and Hermione have no business criticizing Percy. They're they're no better than him. Well, I think you can still criticize them, because the thing is, it's like Percy is on the other side of it, and his beliefs are extremely different from Ron and Hermione's. So regardless of who's right, or if they're both wrong, or even if they're both right, which is not technically possible, then it's still natural for them to do it. That's my reading of it. And remember, we're talking about 15-year-olds as well. As for Harry, I find it deeply ironic and somewhat amusing that the boy who has spent so much time falsely accusing his teacher ends up falsely accused, getting a taste of his own medicine. Well, that's been the case all book long, hasn't it? In fact, you could go back as far as Chamber, where he's getting falsely accused by essentially the entire school. Which I don't think Snape has ever had. I don't think he's had the entire school be sus at him. Certainly not the Slytherin gang. I think it's not to say that is more excusable. I think it's one of the best examples of karma in the Harry Potter series. Oh, excellent! Well, there you go. Then it's that would definitely be a payoff if you see it that way. Howard, thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciated. 1, 2, 3. Jonas of the Side Pals, thank you so much for wonderful Side Pals, Jonas. Always appreciated. Hey, Veggie and Woozle. I love the scene with Cho here. She has a big interest in Quidditch, and that lets them have a lot more chemistry than in the movies. She has a bigger interest in Quidditch. And that lets her. Oh, absolutely, yes. Not just she's not just the love interest for Harry, basically. Yeah, no, I completely get that. Do we even know she's in the Quidditch team in the movies? I feel like she says extremely little. Wow, I don't think we do. That's wild. Also, that she tells him. It's a very dated representation of a female character, which you'd see a lot back then, guys. But yeah, in the movie, like, she's basically there for Harry to fancy, and that's it. And have the whole Cedric thing, but anyway, come on, move on. Also, that she also tells him that she believes him and finds it disgusting what Umbridge did to him. Shows that she also thought about him a lot. Yeah, that's fair. That's actually very fair. Yes, it's immediately that she jumps in talking about Umbridge. For her to be probably also for her, it is probably also a disgusting feeling that Cedric's death is being wrongly displayed as an accident. Oh, absolutely. And even she doesn't know, but she clearly has faith in Harry. Also, I love the inner monologue from Harry and Harry around Cho, showing how he's falling for her more and more. Absolutely, with him almost floating. Hope you and Woozle do have wonderful day, and can't wait to hear your thoughts. Oh, absolutely, Jonas, and I always appreciate hearing from you. I didn't think about the whole Cho and the Quidditch thing, but it actually gives her a character, and her bringing up the tornado hater and all that sort of thing. Heaven forfend her have a character, guys. It's like Fleur last time in last book. My goodness, she's so much more interesting in the book. My goodness. Anyway, thank you so much, Jonas. Greatly appreciated. Liz. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. Looking forward to your thoughts. Will you be listening to the new audiobook coming out later this year? I know that the covers have appeared, haven't they? I might see if we can get those added to the cover art videos that we're doing. Maybe we're doing those next. No, we won't. I want to do Chamber next, I think. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know. I guess I could just give a review of them. Maybe just say how I thought they worked out and everything, and how they do certain little bits and everything. But I won't be using them to write these though, because it will be impossible. Because we need to hear little moments like Harry felt like he could almost float and stuff, So, yeah, I'd be interested to see how popular they are though. As how positive they are received, I should say. I've pre-ordered the first two on Audible. Excellent. Well, let me know how they are, and yeah, maybe if we can think of some way of me covering them, it would be interesting. Obviously, I can't sit and listen to them and react to them, guys, because that would be a copyright and everything. But yeah, maybe we can do something. Percy really infuriates me with his letter. Hermione is so amazing helping Harry and Ron out with the homework. Completely agree on. Well, yes, I do agree with both. Yes, I'm sorry, it's just the whole Percy aspect for me, you know. Love that Sirius uses the fire to talk to Harry. Looking forward to yourself and look after yourself. And Woozle Veggie. Thank you so much, Liz. I appreciate that sentiment. Very kind of you. And again, guys, it's because I announced that we're doing a single chapter in this blurb, and so that's why people are being very, very kind like that. And Simon, I think that we've actually got another comment. Oh no, that's a reply, so maybe we haven't. So this might actually be the end. So let's find out. Simon, who is this? Who is coming? I've absolutely no clue. Greetings from a not so warm caravan in Berwick. Where's Berwick? I don't know Berwick. Berwick upon Tweed, is it? That is a long way away. Oh, you are right up north. In fact, is that Scotland? Or is it just on the border? It says England. That must be so close to the border, right? Because you're very close to Edinburgh, which I would love to go to, guys. Interesting. Yeah, it has been pretty... It hasn't been really cold, but the weather's definitely changed, hasn't it? It's still bright. It's still lovely and sunny here, but the weather certainly has changed recently. Berg, thought I'd go for a ghostly quote since you're supposed to do this in October. Also, past a place called Snape on the coach here. That's amazing. I wonder where Snape is. I presume nearby. I'm afraid I don't know that quote at all. I really don't. I'd be interested to know what it is, though. Snape, there we go. Oh, that's nowhere near it. Oh, well, that was a... Oh, well, that's near what? It's not too far away from Leeds. Well, it's a long journey you're on, then. If you pass Snape. If it's the same Snape. Considering the length of this chapter, there is more small seeds of mystery dotted in it. What with Sturgis? Oh, absolutely, yes. I'm intrigued to hear more about that. Not sure I agree with Sirius. I'm sure everyone with half a brain could figure out what Harry was on about in his letter, as long as they knew a few details about what was happening overall with Hagrid missing and Voldemort. I'm sure if I agree with Hagrid. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure I agree with Sirius. I'm sure everyone with half a brain could figure out what Harry was on about in his letter, as long as they knew a few details about what was happening overall with Hagrid missing and Voldemort. Interesting. I think that might be a reference to our biggest friend or something like that. Yeah. Percy being pompous as usual. If that guy was a traffic warden, he'd give you a ticket for being a fraction of a second late, which I will reference. I will give you two 70s references, because I know we do 70s sitcom references. George from George and Mildred used to absolutely hate traffic wardens, and then later on in George and Mildred, because it started off as with Men About the House, and then George and Mildred, the characters, went on to have their own sitcom, which is a lot more depressing. It's not as good. It's not as good as Men About the House, in my opinion. it's still good. The movie's great. The movie's actually surprisingly great of George and Mildred. But yeah, George starts off as being like a very against traffic wardens, and then by the end of the last season, which I think is season 4 of George and Mildred, he actually becomes a traffic warden. Yeah, the problem is that George is an antagonist in Man About the House, and when they moved it to being a standalone sitcom, George was meant to kind of be our hero, but he isn't because he's still deeply unpleasant. And quite frankly, Mildred is pretty unpleasant as well. It's something that me and my mother a few years ago did, where we had watched through all of Man About the House and then George and Mildred. And yeah, she kept on bringing up how Mildred was just as bad as George. I don't think that's true. She definitely insults him more than he insults her. But the thing is that George is not a nice person, and so him being an antagonist is kind of weird, and not in a Bottom way, because I always say that my favourite sitcom of all time is Bottom, and they're definitely not likeable people, but George isn't the same sort of character who can be a leading part in that way, and so it ran for 4 seasons and was extremely popular, and Brian Murphy did a great job in the role, but George and Mildred always felt like it was missing a sliver of joy, because it was actually quite down as a sitcom, whereas Man About the House was absolutely joyous, and not just because I fancy Chrissy. Thank you so much for your comments, Simon. I know that you're the sitcom king, so I thought I'd give you my little review of George and Mildred there. I'm going to do a quick refresh. That is it. That was Simon rounds us off today, guys. Excuse this. It's the Patreon is a weird website. It has so many weird little gimmicks and everything, but yeah, it's very strange. Guys, thank you so much for watching. This has been a lot of fun. It really has. Love reading your thoughts on it, and a lot of people said they were down on Percy, but no one really said that he was being sincere. No, sorry, not that he's being sincere. No one said that he wasn't being sincere. Manipulation was brought up a couple of times, guys, but even I brought up the manipulation. So it was wonderful having that discussion. Sorry about having a go at Will Smith's family. Sorry about talking about asking if lands are pies. And sorry about bringing up Space Precinct. This video has said Space Precinct more than has been said this century, guys. I guarantee. Thank you so much for watching. Go and watch Space Precinct. Or don't. I barely remember anything of it apart from, let's just say, on the intro. God. Please subscribe all of yourself. Thank you so much for being here, guys. We'll be back to 2 chapters next time, most definitely. And yeah, we're getting through it. But this book has been an absolute treat right now. And thank you so much for your support of these videos. It means the world to me. Please subscribe. Please like, comment, subscribe, all of yourself. I'm VeggieGamer, and I'll see you next time. I swear I'm getting worse at doing my outro.